Hello and welcome back to Dark Souls 2. It's finally time again to dive back into... Well, what's the world even called? Now that I think about it. Do we know that already? Probably not. Anyway, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Let's get back into this. It's been a couple of days since I played, so the first thing that we need to do is to find out what we actually want to do, which is interesting. But yeah, just to that point, we don't really... Well, did we know what the world of the first game is called? I don't... The world of Dark Souls. But yeah, I need to find out what I actually want to do. So I feel like looking at this, right? I've played for over 15 hours. I'm already level 35. But I feel like, well, not only do I feel like it, I'm pretty sure that the only level that I've completed is really the first one. Right? The Forest of Fallen Giants. And I haven't even really fully completed it. So, yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting so far. Here we are again in Majula. I'm fairly positive that I talked to most of them at the end of my last session. But yeah, again, the question now being where I should go. Because technically, after I killed the pursuer, which I have no clue why he even exists. So why is there apparently some kind of magical being, especially one that has been brought in by some kind of eagle, who seems to exist specifically to kill people branded by the dark sign? That is a thing. Overall, we've neither heard... So in Dark Souls 1, the fact that you're not really the chosen undead. It's just that, I guess, everybody who's undead and able to escape the Northern Asylum, and then also able to continue their travels, essentially, right? To be able to ring both bells, for example, sort of makes you the chosen undead. At least that's what's sort of been hinted at in Dark Souls 1, right? It's not that you are the chosen and that's why you're good, it's that you are finally a hollow who managed to do all these things, so that makes you the chosen undead, right? But overall in Dark Souls 1, that's a fairly, almost narrow, I guess, path that the game is presenting to you, right? Whereas here, yes, we have the dark sign, and there's definitely some sort of connection here. That's the reason why we came to this land, and then people have been telling us, oh yeah, there are these pretty powerful souls that we need to collect, whatever you, however you want to say that, right? One second. Very quickly need to check something. Whoopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. I see. But, yeah, alright, that's fine. But here, again, it's much less defined, at least so far, right? Which makes it kind of interesting, because we've been told that there are these 4 powerful souls. we haven't been told where they are, nor what they look like, or at least, well, maybe I've missed that, but now we've practically done most of what there was in the castle. So that's the Forest of Fallen Giants. Basically over there, right, the castle that we went to, the one with the big statues. The Pursuer, however, doesn't seem to be one of those souls that we needed. But then also the eagle that has brought the Pursuer to us then takes us away to some other place for some reason. I don't know. So far, definitely a lot of... I mean, well, in typical Dark Souls fashion, the game doesn't really tell you all that much, but I feel like even the first game does tell you a lot more than this, right? Which makes sort of my next task, or looking for my next task, a bit, well, conflicting, because there's so many places that I can still go. So the thing that we unlocked, right, it's the Lost Bastille. I forgot that name. Let me actually write that down, just so that I remember. The Lost Bastille. And then the tower part is the first thing that we see there. So, because the thing is, I don't really want to continue there right now. I basically want to go back to the beginning of the game, because I have the means to unfreeze, or what would you call that? Well, to make that stone statue alive again, right? At least I hope that I can do that, because I bought that one item for 12,000 souls. And since this is still technically the tutorial, I kind of want to go back to that first area. Then again, though, I have a feeling like the things betwixt might also be where you have to go at the very end of the game for some reason. But that's just a hunch, right? Whether or not that's true, no idea. But let's try it. The one thing that confused me slightly is the fact that... oh, did I give them an item? No, I got that last time, right? Just quickly check. Nope, nothing here. Yeah, the one thing that confused me is you can look into this this place where the statue is in front of it. Wait, which one is it? There. You can look into it from above, and there is one of these stone tablets that tells you things. So, use fragrant branch of yore. Yes, let's do that. Is he an enemy now? He does look like one. Yeah. It's slightly confusing to me that they do have this zombie look about them. I don't know. It's very interesting that they decided to go with animations that are very reminiscent of, well, all the random zombie games that exist, right? There are these... So in Dark Souls 1, these weird geckos, they can curse you, though, so... Ugh, don't want to run down here. I need to be wary of that. They're not very strong, though. And I don't know if it's the same ones. Oh, wait. Huh, weird. No, wait, in Dark Souls 1 aren't there like two different ones? There are the, but these are the ones that you can see in Dark Souls 1 in the, what is it called? Hollow Tree? And they can curse you, so they spew some kind of dark mist, and that can curse you. Which is also something, so the Pursuer, during one of my attempts, also cursed me because he stabbed me with his magical sword, I guess. And so far, that seemingly didn't really have any kind of effect on me, which is interesting. And then there is a different variant that is fairly similar to these creatures, but I think looks different. Especially I don't think that they have such large eyes, which is before you get to Blighttown in the sewers in Dark Souls 1. I don't know what the area was called specifically, but that's before you get to Blighttown, where you fight this weird dragon mouth enemy that drops the key to Blighttown. In that area, there is these small gecko things as well, but they poison you. But doesn't this look like... I mean, this literally still looks like it's part of the tutorial. And this is probably what happens to a lot of people here. Alright, that's just mean. Oh my. Seriously? That's just mean. So, either I was really blind, or you can really just not see that's not a shadow. I mean, I guess if I had lit my torch, I probably would have been able to see that. That's also a thing, right? So, I said I think I said that at some point, is that in Dark Souls 1, or generally in the FromSoft games that I've played, which is a bit of Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne, and Sekiro, there's definitely gotcha moments, right? There's definitely moments where there's enemies behind, like corners or something, things like that. But generally, those moments are fairly well or fair designed, I guess. Oh, wait. Oh, the statue person does stay dead, though, I think. Bye-bye. Oh, they dropped something. Raw stone. I don't think I've gotten that before. What is that? Where is that? Wait, am I just not seeing it? Or... raw stone? It's an upgrade material? Oh, that's the raw weapon type. So there's... wait. An altered state of Titanite changes weapon class to raw, cannot be used on shields. This unusually hard Titanite raises a weapon's physical attack power, but lowers strength and dexterity bonuses. Wait, can't you just... I don't remember. Did you have to use this item in Dark Souls 1 as well? I thought that you could just change weapons to raw. I don't think you needed a special material for that in the first game. But yeah, coming back to what I was saying, in Dark Souls 2, it feels like they basically increased the gotcha and trap moments by like 1,000%. And while I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, I mean, I do enjoy, having to look out for those things, and if you're able to spot things like that before they happen, it's always a great moment. But considering just the amount of traps and gotcha moments and pretty, I guess, what's the word? Enemies that have been put into specific positions to either lure you to a place or to make you think that something else is going on or whatever. I honestly, at this point, it's almost a bit much, to the point where I'm not entirely certain whether or not it sort of detracts from it, right? That's always the risk, I guess, that you're doing with these kinds of things. If there's a trap literally around every corner, then you will know that there is a trap around every corner, right? It's not that really. You really expect the trap as the sort of what's the word that I'm looking for? As the usual situation, I guess, right? It's not a special or, well, whatever thing anymore. I mean, you can definitely see it if you know that it's there. I don't know why I didn't see that you couldn't move forward. I guess because it just literally, I just didn't expect it, to be completely honest, in this specific case. You can definitely see that the ground isn't, like, that there's a chasm there, but let me light the torch. I think that's a bit easier to do in this case. There has to be a way to go forward, though, right? Search your surrounding. Oh! What? Okay. That seems like a very, very light tree. Huh. Wait, did the gecko fall down? Oh yeah, he did. So... is this just a tutorial that they wanted? I mean, well, obviously they wanted you to get here later, right? Not necessarily, like, at the point where I'm now, basically, right? When you're able to purchase the branch to get past the statue, is also when they essentially have, like, a small second tutorial here that teaches you about things like that. First of all, I do think that's a bit weird. That, I mean, I guess they maybe had players when they play tested this that just didn't look for the prompt to kick down the tree, so they felt the need to have the second stone tablet here. It's just a bit weird to me. You go here, examine this, and then it tells you, oh yeah, you can, look to your surroundings, and then you can kick down the tree. It's a bit weird. And then also now I'm wondering whether or not I missed prompts like this in the first level. I don't think that I did, but it definitely makes you think whether or not that's the case. Right, let me see. So I can see there's 4 of them. Seriously? Is there... Now I'm wondering whether or not there's like an additional place you might accidentally fall down to. Probably heal, because I do think that this is going to damage me if I fall down. I mean, let's just try. Let me try and hit. They're all, like, right at the edge. Although this might be a way. Nice. Is that poison? What? What? Wait, what? Oh, there you are. I thought for a second I wasn't seeing, like, I was looking for some kind of hidden cave or something where he stood. I didn't see him before. Nice. Estus Flask Shard. I can definitely use that. Finally 4 Estus. You know, having only like 3 Estus at the start is quite challenging. I'd say that's the most, well, you have the life gems, right? But since they're an actual consumable item, you don't really want to rely on them too much. They also take some time to heal, and in general, using those healing items definitely takes a bit longer in terms of animation time compared to Dark Souls 1, and especially, obviously, compared to Sekiro and Bloodborne, which are much faster games. What's the sound that I'm hearing? Is that just that troll that I saw? Or is there somebody else? Ah, no. I needed my... Hopefully I can get back up. Come here. Because I want to light the torch. And I can't go back up there to get the fire. Or not the torch, but this lamp thing. It does somewhat remind me of the, well, not really, but slightly, of the, whatever that world was called in Dark Souls 1. The, when you go through the Great Hollow and you arrive down at that weird lake. Wasn't it called Ashen Lake or something? I don't know. For some reason, for a second, it reminded me slightly of that, but at the same time, it's clearly not that. Almost sounds like there's a second one somewhere. Also, I don't really know why they prompt you to... Oh, yeah, well, I mean, this tree is very obvious, right? But I guess if you don't know about the fact that these things exist, they might not be as obvious as you'd think, maybe? This is also interesting that they... Why these lights? Feel somewhat arbitrary and unnecessary. But... Why am I... think it's just the sound messing with me? No, I was right. I heard a second one, I knew it. And now obviously both of them are getting... This is... I don't want to fight them at once, because they are really annoying enemies. At least the one in the riverbed was. Nope. Wait, what? Where did you come from? Didn't it just... What? Did it just not hear him, or I hate trading hits like that. Hey, that was a petrified something. Now I'm confused. Did I miss the prompt of somebody invading me? Because that was clearly a, Did I literally just miss the prompt? I think that was an NPC, right? I'm fairly certain. Because if that would have been a player, then it would have probably said returning to their world or something when you kill them. What the hell is going on? Petrified something. A petrified object that is pleasant to touch. An identified petrified object, pleasant to the touch despite its looks. A rare and peculiar thing to be certain, but one without a known purpose. Pleasant to the touch makes me think that it's maybe something that I can give to the whatever it is that lurks in that nest up there. they're looking for stuff that is smooth and silky, right? And it definitely reminds me of the smooth stones that I've given them so far. At the same time, it's also something completely different. Petrified object. Also interesting that for some reason you're getting a petrified object right after you've, well, unpetrified this one hollow here. Oh, by the way, one thing that I didn't check is, I think it did consume the branch of yore, right? Didn't it? I don't think that it was in some other kind of menu. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that it consumed the branch. Which either the merchant... I have to check whether or not the merchant gets a second one. But... I mean, I sort of expected that, but it's interesting because now, obviously, I need a second one if I want to continue with that other place where a woman was petrified next to the lever to open the door. Definitely need a second branch of yore for that. But that's interesting. So either I completely missed the prompt of that NPC invader. Who was that? Was she connected to the petrified hollow? Why would she attack me here? Why at this specific place? Where did she even come from? A lot of questions. Alright, let me see if I can bait one of them out. Where are you going? Oh, he's just... grab one of you. You know what? Maybe I should actually equip. Let me see. Although, I can't really equip my bow. Bring me over the equipment limit. Let's just lure them out. I mean, I know that that's kind of a cheap tactic, but fighting them both at once just feels unfair. Or not, well, not really unfair, but definitely annoying. Oops. See? Because of that. Because if they stagger their attacks like that, it's just pretty much impossible to hit them at all. Ugh. I should look where I'm going. Yeah, one of them turns back. Alright, let me fight. Nope. For a second there, I thought he was just gonna walk off. I also hate that they sometimes seem to have like a different, just a different attack speed or something. Sometimes these attacks hit me, sometimes they don't. I guess that's probably related to me just not dodging correctly, but maybe it's two different attack animations, I'm not entirely sure. Hopefully... What the hell? The hell was that? I killed you! That's not fair. Wait, so, alright, now it makes... If that was really the pursuer, like the same one... I mean, obviously there's two options here, right? Either there's multiple of them, and they probably try to kill people with the dark sign everywhere, Or it's the same one and I didn't properly kill him. So maybe he's also getting sort of back up and then trying to finish the job, essentially. Is he coming back or not? I definitely don't want to fight the troll with the pursuer here as well. Oh, shit, I forgot about that weird attack. I wish you could bait that out more easily, because they turn as well when you're trying to bait that out. I have a feeling that it would be quite easy to fall down here. Because you can't really see... Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell when you would fall down. I mean, there is a fairly defined, clear line there. It seems like you're able to walk through the water. Yeah, you should be able to. Up until that line, and then probably falls off. Is he coming back, or what? That was a, What's going on with him? I don't... From this angle, the boat, or what I thought was a boat, almost looks like a sarcophagus. Alright, so this is the second time now that either the pursuer, or one of them, depending, appeared and then immediately disappeared. I thought for sure that he was coming back, but seems he's not. Yeah, that looks like a sarcophagus boat. Do I want to test that? What's going on with this pursuer guy? And what is... Wait. That looks like a tree that you can see through. Or something else. I didn't notice those things. So these very clear, while they look... I mean, these stone things, right? They do look sort of magical. Definitely different to what would naturally occur in a cave like this. But they look a lot more natural than whatever those things are. They look like, almost like trees or branches of trees, but they, like, their nature seems to be very mystical, magical, whatever. Strongly remind me of the weird things in the Hunter stream in Bloodborne as well. Do I want to continue? I mean, I can always homeward bone if I think that I'm reaching an area that's beyond my level or something. It's also very interesting. I mean, there's definitely quite a bit of shallow water here, but then at the same time, there's not really a point to it either. And it doesn't look like I've necessarily missed something here. I'm just hella confused. So there was some kind of NPC invader for some reason. Then the pursuer appears again, and then disappears, and then doesn't appear again? Am I literally missing something by not fighting him immediately? I didn't really run that far back, though. I mean, think about it, right? The trolls pursued me right up until that tree thing that I kicked down, and then the one that is actually called the pursuer just immediately disappears again. I wonder if there's some kind of advantage to you fighting him here and there, like immediately, or I mean, I guess there's nothing around here, right? Let me see where this leads, I guess. Although, oh, okay. Ooh. Was this good or bad? This, hey, he's back. Hi. How strong are you? Definitely need more stamina. Oh, I thought he was doing his combo there. Unfortunate. What were those sounds? Me dying also sounded different, but that might have just been, I don't know. This gets more mysterious by the minute. So, I thought what would happen is that that sarcophagus would transport me to a different level. That's what like the first thing that I thought of when I saw it from a distance, even before I was able to get to it, right? When I first, well, saw it during the tutorial section. But, well, clearly it doesn't. It changed something. So it said the nature of my being changed. The first thing that reminded me of is the demon bell in Sekiro, right? Something that sort of changes the difficulty of the game. Which I kind of hope it didn't, because I'm wary of using things like that on a first playthrough. But then again, obviously, well, I mean, with the Demon Bell in Sekiro, it very clearly states that you're not supposed to do it. So even if you don't know what it does, and to be honest, I haven't really read up on it. I just know that it somehow makes the game harder. I have no idea how or why. But they give you a hint, like a very clear hint, alright, you're not supposed to do this, right? Do you really want to ring the demon bell? And they don't do that here. So, I wonder what that actually is supposed to be. I mean, it seemingly didn't do anything to my stats. Or anything really? So the invader here probably stays dead. I wonder... It's weird that the pursuer disappeared. Stayed that way, and then appeared again. Because what I think happened is that the me getting into the sarcophagus might have just reloaded the level or the state of him or something. So him appearing again doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the fact that I got into the sarcophagus, I don't think. Which doesn't mean that it's any less confusing. Let me see. Does anybody comment on that?
Is that a shard you found?
Oh, yeah.
Here, let me see it, so that I may help you. To see light, to see hope. However faint it might be.
At least I got something out of it. So let's upgrade Estus. Well, the one thing that I do know now is that I'm fairly certain that I completed that area. I guess let me talk to the Crestfallen for a second, although he hasn't really been all that helpful, all things considered. I had hoped that he would comment on a few things. Only thing...
Tower of Flame lies in the
I think he's already said that.
The apostle, but the road leading the gate that
Hates Tower of Flame, that's the what I called the lighthouse, I think. That's where the Apostles of Blue gather, so that's the people that are connected to him, right? I could also try that area next. The enemies felt a bit annoying, but at this point they should probably be fairly easy to defeat, all things considered.
I knew you.
Let me see. It still shows the branch, but it says zeros, so she can't sell it to me anymore, right? I mean, there has to be a point where you can get that again. Now, I could have gone and used the Branch of Yore before I even encountered the actual boss fight pursuer in the Forest of Fallen Giants. I wonder if he would have been there if I had done that. Also, still no idea why there's this many messages and bloodstains in this, between area. Because that literally just... I don't know. Also, let me just say that... I don't know. Oh! Wait, the trolls stay dead? Interesting. Also interesting that these things see you while you're running past. That feels a bit like an oversight. I don't think that should be the case, but whatever. But yeah, so as I was saying with the first time you encounter this tree, right? They specifically place that stone tablet next to it, which just seems like a bit too much, considering it's Dark Souls, and all of the secretive things and doors that I wasn't able to unlock for a very long time, and weird hints that you get that seem very hard to solve. There's all kinds of these things, especially with the sarcophagus now, and the fact that the pursuer appears again. Those all seem very mysterious and like riddles that you have to solve, but are very hard to solve, or rather, maybe I'm just lacking a lot of information. But then you have these things, like very obvious shortcuts that are very, very obvious to unlock, right? I don't... Just a bit strange. He does respawn, though, for some reason. What's he even doing here? Why is there one hollow standing this way at this particular place? So the trolls don't respawn, apparently. The pursuer does, though. Let me grab my souls first. Oh! I did not expect him to go into his combo with that long charge. With the amount of time it takes for you to get healed up again, finding actual spots where you can heal up properly does present quite a challenge sometimes. I don't know, he feels a bit easier. Oh. Nope. That was a very unfortunate timing. So I think he has less health than the boss counterpart of him. Not that much less, all things considered, but definitely less. Still really, really, like, again, why do the trolls not respawn? Why them specifically? Why is that? I mean, that is something that is incredibly inconsistent and inconsistent in the first game as well. The enemies that respawn or don't respawn, it just feels very, very arbitrary. And it doesn't even really make sense in terms of, right? I mean, you would naturally argue that the enemies that present, like, the biggest challenge, or that are sort of like mini-bosses, I guess you could argue, like enemies like that, typically don't respawn. The problem with that is that it's not really true. Like, there's certain instances of them that do respawn for some reason, right? So, and there's never any reason given as to why that is. There's literally no explanation to that whatsoever. It's just some of them respawn and some don't. I think the weirdest instance of that is probably in Dark Souls 1, I forgot their name. I thought I heard something. I forgot their name. The enemies that give you the Demon Titanite, right? With the huge spear, the stone-looking dudes that are very annoying to defeat and have a huge HP pool. There's one of them down in, like, that hell-looking area. I forgot all of those names, right? On that big bridge. That thing respawns. All of the other instances of them don't respawn. And there is no reason to that whatsoever. I mean, I suspected when I got there that maybe it had something to do with the fact that they needed one of them to respawn in order for you to be able to farm the Demon Titanite, right? If none of them respawn, then obviously you wouldn't be able to farm it. Then again, there's definitely instances of that. I mean, think about it. On Bloodborne, the Bloodstone Chunk, or whatever it's called, the item that you need in order to upgrade your weapon to +10, I think per playthrough, only one of those exists in the actual world, and then I think there's another one in the what were they called? The Chalice Dungeons, right? So those are also restricted per playthrough, and I think there's quite a lot of other items in general that are restricted per playthrough, and you're only able to get another one when you reach New Game Plus, essentially. But again, for some reason, that one Demon Titanite thing respawns, and there's also no explanation ever as to why that might be, right? Which is weird. And then here again, I mean, obviously, if these trolls would respawn, that would just be annoying to the point where I would probably not come back here for the time being and waited until I way upgraded my weapon and levels so that the trolls would be easily to defeat and everything, right? So, kind of makes sense that they wouldn't respawn, but again, why do they not respawn compared to other things? What determines that beyond the developers, right? Obviously, the developers decided to do that for some reason or another, but there has to be some sort of explanation within the game, or there should be an explanation within the game, which I don't think that was ever given in Dark Souls 1. Now, having said that, there is, I think in Bloodborne, the only enemies that don't respawn, I think, are the other hunters that you encounter, right? So there's at least some consistency there where you would, I guess if you thought about it a bit more in terms of the lore of the game, right? Maybe there would or could be some explanation there as to why that is. Here, it's just seemingly very random, and it's not a big deal overall, right? It doesn't necessarily detract in any kind of way from the game or from the enjoyment that you can have with the game. The issue is, though, because it doesn't have any kind of in-lore explanation, or at least not one that is clear or consistently like given to you in a way where you can speculate about it. I mean, they don't have to give you an answer. It's just there's literally nothing, right? So because of that, it makes you question whether or not other things have an actual explanation and are meant to be that way in the lore of the game, or whether or not they're just some arbitrary decision that was made for gameplay reasons, right? And while obviously those decisions have to be, like, gameplay should come first, right? Especially in a game like this. So obviously you'd want to have decisions that are made for specific gameplay reasons. Like in this case, all right, the trolls shouldn't respawn because otherwise it would just be annoying and it doesn't provide any kind of meaningful challenge to the player. So that's completely fine that you make that decision, but there should be consistency at least, so specific enemy types that don't respawn, or there should be some explanation as to why that happens. And I feel like this is sort of an oversight, but again, let's maybe there's going to be an explanation at some point. I can never tell whether or not he's actually going into his combo. Oh, that was not good. So technically he should go into his combo when he's close to me and do the charge when he's further away. But it does seem somewhat inconsistent as to when he does what. Sometimes he's very far away and still goes into his combo, and sometimes he's very close and like this and still doesn't go into it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm definitely taking him too lightly. I just don't want the fact that it takes very, very long to actually use your Estus kind of doesn't want to make you heal. Oh, by the way, didn't I change my equipment for the boss fight? I thought I did. Yeah. But, I mean, the rings that I'm wearing are still fine. It's just that, I don't know, you kind of don't really want to heal. I think he does a bit too much damage overall. I don't know. I felt the same in the boss fight, right? The boss fight, honestly, or not, well... A couple of enemies have had that, where I felt like that they did just a bit too much damage, considering that you also, like, considering how, I guess, challenging you could call the healing is, right? Considering how long it takes, I don't think enemies should necessarily do damage that can, like, that literally takes away like 60% of your health. Although a big reason for that is also because obviously I'm hollow and you lose health every time you die. And I'm not saying that, you know, the game should be easier. In terms of difficulty, so far the game is fine, I think. But I don't know. I just wonder about these systems, right? See, now he's going into his combo right away, even though he was kind of far away. This time only his 2-hit combo. Dodged into the wrong direction there. The problem is with this 3-hit thing that it just takes away a lot of stamina to try to dodge it. only 2 hits it. He also has a very weird position right now. What the fuck is that? What the hell was that? He never did that before. Like at any point in time. Is it just because I like walked away very far? Is that his actual ranged attack? Was I just kind of lucky that that never happened during the actual boss fight? So it also cursed me again, so I guess curse works differently in this one. I think. Wait, so let me think about it. I never got cursed in the first one, I think. But I might have seen somebody getting cursed? Because I thought that being cursed in the first game, maybe I'm misremembering that, but I thought that it was like halving your HP or something, and you specifically had to cleanse it. So I think it stayed around until after death. Though maybe I'm actually confusing it with something else. In this, curse literally just seems to mean that like either it's some kind of poison or it's something where it just immediately takes away just a portion of your health or something. Because I'm pretty certain that it doesn't stay around. HP is getting kind of low. It's just like, what the hell was that? He just suddenly decided, oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to where I spawned and just do this huge-ass curse-looking attack that does a lot of damage if you don't properly dodge it. Also, he did it twice, right? So I dodged the first 4 hits or whatever, and he did it pretty much immediately to the point where it was almost impossible to escape the second one. Weird. Definitely weird. I don't know. There's just... Do I just want to grab my souls and run back? I have a feeling that it would be quite beneficial to not having to pick them up again every time. Although then again, that would also take a bit of time as well. One of them always sees you. For some reason. Did he fall down? I think he did. Yeah, I don't know about the health thing. Like, obviously, the game punishing you for dying is a mechanic that I kind of like. It's a mechanic, though, that is a bit questionable in terms of, like, boss fights, or fights that you attempt over and over again. Because it makes it consecutively harder up until the point where you decide, oh yeah, maybe I should, like, become human again, and then it's probably incredibly easy because you suddenly have a lot more health. I like that the mechanic exists. Definitely a lot more interesting than whatever they did with humanity in the first game. He's turning weird. I don't know, before I felt like he was giving me a bit more space to dodge him. I don't know what it is. So, before it was sort of, he was heading towards me, it felt like a bit more straightforward, making it very easy to just dodge into his shield, basically. But now it seems like he's sort of drifting a bit more to the right, so that he's, like, it's easier for him to hit me with his sword. Do I wanna use an effigy? It feels like it would be very annoying to do this fight with this little health. It's also weird that it doesn't full heal you. I guess that's so that you can't use it as a healing item. But the fact that you have to rest at a bonfire after restoring your humanity is also interesting. In the first game, if you used humanity, it would also restore your health, right? So again, in the first game, you don't lose any health if you die. But using humanity actually restores your health. Now, I don't... maybe that's so that you actually use it? Maybe for some reason they found that not a lot of players are actually using the humanity items in the first game, and so maybe they decided, oh yeah, let's give them a heal effect so that players would actually use it. Might have been the case. Still very weird to me that they would, in the game where you lose health upon dying, they would then suddenly decide that humanity would not give you back health. That's just... I think that's what's kind of tripping me up here. These weird decisions that have been made. Oh, Gerstboy, thanks for the follow, by the way. I didn't really see that. It was too occupied with fighting this guy. But yeah, I mean, that just seems... I mean, clearly they've done a lot of different decisions in this game compared to the first one. Estus is different, the way you lose health is different. It's also different to Demon Souls, right? Because in Demon Souls, I think if you go hollow, if that was even called the same thing, I think it was, wasn't it? If you go hollow in Demon Souls, you just flat out lose a portion of your health. I think. Don't quote me on that, right? I think that's how it worked. And then if you restored whatever it was called in Demon Souls, you just gained back your full health. So it was like a fixed amount that you lost while being in your sort of hollow form, right? Now it's different here that you always lose just a tiny portion of it every time you die, which in a way, I mean, it makes more sense, and it's also just a very interesting mechanic and a very interesting punishment for death. I don't know, it's just the combination of changes that is a bit weird to me. The fact that, at least seemingly, it's a bit harder to heal. Not only does it take a bit longer, like the actual animation, although I'm not 100% on that, but I'm kind of sure, like it's just the feeling of it is definitely that it takes longer to heal. Maybe a contributing factor to that is also that it doesn't replenish your health automatically. Or not automatically, what I mean is it takes longer to replenish your health. Even when you're using your Estus Flask, it still gradually restores your HP. Whereas in the first one, it also gradually restores HP, but very, very quickly. Almost, so quickly that it doesn't really matter that it's gradual. It's pretty much an instant heal, right? Whereas here, it's a lot more gradual. And so there's basically 3 changes at once that they made to how healing works. It takes a bit longer, it's more gradual, and you get less flasks in the beginning. They did introduce the life gems to, I guess, combat that fact a bit. I'm just not entirely certain whether or not all those changes combined aren't a bit much. That didn't hit him. Maybe I should actually... Let me try that. I think it's actually easier to lock on in this instance. Probably should have done that from the beginning, to be quite honest. Yeah, I think that's actually easier. Oh, I thought he was going to follow that up. See, it's almost impossible to... Twinkling Titanite. Whoa, how many souls did that give me? Was it like 6,000 or something? So about 1/3 of what the actual boss fight gave me. Yeah, I mean, this is significant, and that's why I'm not entirely certain about the healing changes, because now it was a lot easier because his attacks stopped one-shotting me, right? I could get hit like twice and he still wouldn't kill me. I'm still human, right? Yeah. Wait. I am. Oh, I never really looked at that portrait of me while being human. That looks like a... Doesn't it look very female? Interesting. Looks very different to what it looked like in character creation. Oh, whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm not entirely sure about. And so the reason why I feel like the healing changes are a bit weird is because I think that over the course of the game, it will get a lot easier. Now, obviously, whether or not that's actually the case, I have to find out. But, I mean, think about it, right? You're consecutively getting more healing in general because of the Estus Flask, right? It does feel good to defeat him. I agree. Well, I mean, that's something we can come back to later, but I do think that, I don't know, it's just a bit strange, all of these healing changes at once. Do I want to... I mean, getting into it the first time literally didn't do anything. I guess I could check whether or not the Pursuer actually respawns. Do I want to check that? Not really. I wonder if whatever this does gets reset upon death. So far, nothing has been permanent, right? Well, that's because of the curse. I thought that the curse would stay even when you died, but it doesn't. So whatever this effect may have had... I mean, then again, it wouldn't make any sense if they forced you to come back here every time. If you wanted the effect of whatever this does. So I think it should be enough that I entered it once. Although now that I defeated the but this is like a more or less a normal enemy, right? Maybe an enemy that doesn't respawn, but certainly not an overly special one. Does it now? I mean, then you would get into... well, I guess it depends on how it changes it, right? It could be good or bad. I don't know, it certainly did something. For now, I'm just going to assume that whatever it did either didn't really matter all that much, or it stayed around permanently. So, I'm just going to proceed to the next area, I guess. At least killing him again did give me quite a lot of souls. And let me try one thing. So they want silky and smooth things, right? And I said before that when I got the... what was it called? This thing. The petrified something. It did remind me of the other smooth stones that you can give them. So... let me see. Okay. So it is actually something that they want. I'll guess whatever that gives me, I'll come back. You know what? That's actually a good reason to come back here and see whether or not the Pursuer thing respawns. Gonna come back here at some point. I'm still very confused why the Pursuer respawns, though. Like, is it the same one? Did I not properly kill him during the boss fight, or are there multiple ones? Because if there's multiple ones, then there has to exist some kind of, well, bigger enemy or, I guess, group of people or something, right? A faction that specifically hunts down bearers of the dark side. If it's the same guy, though, I mean, that could still be the case. But then it's kind of a different conversation, right? I don't think that I can actually... I mean, well, I didn't do that much, right?
Oh, I'd given you up for dead. Almost had me worried, really.
Hey, have a bit more confidence. I don't think that he will say anything different. No, he doesn't.
Now, even you?
I can't reinforce it any further, though. Because I need more large Titanite shards. Shouldn't I be able to turn it into... Oh, right, I didn't read the Twinkling Titanite description. I have to do that in a second here. So I could upgrade a couple of things that require Twinkling Titanite now, obviously. It's kind of... Why does he drop Twinkling Titanite? I'm trying to remember. So in the first game, I think Twinkling Titanite mostly drops from the, like, twinkling small... whatever they're called, right? These small things that try to run away from you that twinkle. They literally drop Twinkling Titanite because they twinkle. The one thing that I encountered in this game so far only dropped, I think, the normal Titanite. And I assumed at that point that it was because it was very, very early on, and maybe they, for whatever reason, didn't want to give you Twinkling Titanite at that point, or I just got unlucky with the drops. The fact that the Pursuer enemy thing drops Twinkling Titanite seems a bit weird in that regard. I do have that raw thing, but I can't modify weapons yet, apparently. I can repair stuff, but not modify, so I guess I'm missing something in order to be able to do that? Yeah. Let me see. Upgrade materials, Twinkling Titanite. Reinforces what cannot normally be reinforced. Form of Titanite with special power. Reinforced equipment that cannot normally be reinforced up to +5. What cosmic event could have created such a powerful class of Titanite? What? Are we in Bloodborne now? Cosmic event? What's that supposed to mean? Other than that, it seems to be pretty much the exact same thing from the first game, though. Cosmic event. Okay. Why does the, like, Pursuer thing drop it, though? Just seems so random. I mean, I guess it's a cool reward for being able to defeat him, but still kind of weird. I don't think that I want to buy anything. Yeah, so I definitely can't buy this twice. So I need to find somebody else to sell another one to me, or I just need to find one. So let's just level up, and then I have to find another place to go to.
Bearer of the curse, seek soul, seek the king, lest this...
Although... Nope. This might actually be a good point, because I have enough souls to get the, like the cat ring. This might actually be a good idea to buy that, just so that I have it. I guess I could take a look at where this leads. But I don't want to do too many things at once. I already have like a million different places I can go.
No, you do have a...
But since I have the souls, it might be worth it to get it. So again, these seem to be mostly PvP items. This one definitely not, though. I think I can even still level once. I mean, there are a couple of items here. I could literally just grab the items first. Maybe it even leads to a bonfire? Also, I kind of want to know how effective that ring actually is. So I think I'm going to do that next. God, there's just too many places that I need to go to. Wait, how many... Oh, I already need 2,500? I didn't even know this. Whoopsie. These, how many... Is this the 200 one? No, it's 800. Oh wait, what? It's a lot. Let's just use 2 level 1s. Doesn't really matter all that much, but whatever. Also, well, this does kind of force me to think about what I actually want to level, though. So I thought about bringing Dex to 12, right? Which would make it possible for me to use the bow. Let's see, I could increase my resistances, although at this point, I'm really not sure what the stat is actually. Oh, it does give me curse resistance, though. Wait, did I ever check out what it said? Resistance to the hollowing curse. What? HP is reduced as hollowing increases in severity. Wait. Does this mean that being cursed or getting cursed has the same effect as dying? It seems to suggest as much, right? I guess I didn't really notice its effect because I literally died when he got me. So I got cursed twice so far, but both times the actual curse attack also killed me. So maybe that's why I didn't notice its actual effect. So I assume if you're a human and you get cursed, it also takes away your humanity and maybe instantly reduces your HP as if you would have died even though you didn't die. That might be the case. Now, having said that, I mean, getting more resistances generally seems like a good idea. I don't know, I don't just want to level... It just seems so boring leveling endurance and vigor. But at the same time... I don't know. I mean, then again, I was able to dodge his attack 3 times, then attack him once, and I had enough stamina for that. In order to be able to get more rolls or more attacks, I probably have to increase endurance by quite a lot. So, this isn't really that effective right now. And then, well, Vigor is a weird stat in this game. Because it takes, like, every time you die, you lose health. Meaning that, in a way, increasing your Vigor sort of counteracts that a bit. But at the same time, every time you then turn back human, you have so much health that a lot of the game, well, not a lot of the game, that's a bit of an over-exaggeration, but you just suddenly have a lot of HP, is what I'm trying to say. And I don't really need any more equipment loaded this time. I mean, well, I would need that if I tried to... What was this? Oh yeah, attunement. I don't know, I have 48 curse resistance. Changing this... yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I'm not really sure about either. But Dex doesn't increase my weapon attack at all, right? Because it's a strength weapon. This only increases it by once, though, so that also kind of feels weird. Although, I mean, you have to consider, right? I was thinking about increasing my stamina so that I'd be able to attack more, but at the same time doing more damage sort of does the same thing, doesn't it? You're just able to deal more damage, meaning you have to attack less in order to deal the same amount. I don't know. I don't want to level Dex just to be able to use the bow. That seems boring. I don't really want to level Vigor and Endurance because I have that so much at this point. Maybe I want to bring Adaptability at least to 10 at some point. I'll just go with Strength for now. That was a really long time to decide on one point that ultimately probably doesn't matter all that much, but whatever. I mean, I guess it's sort of depends what I want to do in the future as well, right? I really don't have a clue as to what I want to do with my my character so far. Equipment. Let me see. So this gives me maximum HP. Stamina recovery speed. That's definitely really important. Physical attack is also really good. Additional reduction of enemy poise. I guess I could switch that for the moment to the feline ring, right? I'm not entirely certain. So, the only real problems that I've had so far with enemies are really, I guess, larger ones with a larger HP pool and stuff like that. So, I don't know how much this is actually worth to me. Because with an enemy like that, right, with a pursuer, like, additionally reducing his poise literally doesn't do anything. At least, as far as I can tell. It just, I don't know. It just doesn't do anything. I mean, I definitely don't need it while just jumping down a well. Didn't I rest at the bonfire, I think? Oh. Yeah, now they're back at full durability. Weird. Do the rings just lose durability while you're walking around? I guess they are. Wait. Or maybe not? Okay, I still need to check where to jump down though. This seems alright. Whoa! That was still a lot more than I expected. That would have almost killed me had I been hollow. And I think one Estus doesn't even fully recover my HP. Well, I guess at least they give you healing items. So how far was that? I mean, that... it was probably further than whatever the next drop here is doing. This should be alright. Oh yeah, whoa. That didn't reduce my HP at all, which is also weird. Another one of those. These are a lot more common than I thought they would be. I've only ever seen one of those weird faces, though. Oh god. So I can drop down there, and then I guess you have to walk on that very, very thin line. Oh god! Where did those bloodstains come from? I mean, I probably have to jump on those, right? Because falling to where the torches are, or there's even... Also have to somehow be able to get over there. Oh god. Of course they would do that. Of course they would, right? I mean, yeah, sure. As if this wasn't already difficult enough. You literally have to buy an additional ring to even attempt the first drop, and then they just outright kill you with one. Okay, sure. Wait, but how do I get over to the other one then? I guess Dark Souls 2 strikes again. So the small ones aren't able to be used then. Oh great, I'm gonna lose my souls, right? Because I literally can't go there, I guess? It seems weird though. Or maybe I'm just too heavy? I don't know if that actually influences environmental things like this. If I never considered that so far. Whether or not your equipment load, because equipment load is also dramatically changed from the first game, right? They give you a lot more in terms of percentage, where you're still able to roll really fast. Although that would be incredibly inconsistent if they made it so that you would be able to fast roll up until 70% of your equipment load, but then for some reason decided, oh yeah, but having more equipment still makes you take a lot more damage when you're falling, or makes it so that you can't stand on certain objects. That would be rather weird as well. So, well, technically, I can definitely make this fall if I full heal, right? That should be about as much damage as I just got. I mean, it's only like 500 souls. I'm not really concerned with losing those. Okay. Poison moss. I think that's the first time that I got that. So, I mean, well, you could probably argue that I need to be a bit of a higher level to drop down here, which is kind of interesting. It's an interesting way to block off an actual path in a game, right? To literally make it impossible to jump down to unless you have either certain equipment, like the ring, or enough health to be able to drop down to it. Composure. Why is there... Where does this ladder lead, though? Oh, there's literally another... So I could try to jump over there, whatever that does. Considering it's Dark Souls 2 and everything that I've experienced so far, I have a feeling there's going to be an enemy that quite literally one-shots you as soon as you drop down to that place. I'm not entirely certain if I jump down there to the ladder. That might take pretty much as much damage as I got. Ugh. Can I... Okay, yeah, that's weird, right? That jump only took away, I guess, about, I don't know, 8% of my health. And the other one that was just, let's say, maybe 5 meters more, takes away 90% of your health. I mean, maybe I guess the way it looks is just kind of difficult to discern. I mean, that drop over there with the ladder is definitely longer, right? But it's, I mean, as I said, it's about 5 meters more, I'd guess. But it probably would have taken away at least half my health. I mean, I can obviously just attempt this multiple times, but... There's definitely going to be an enemy here, right? Grave of Saints. Okay. It's a bonfire. And something that looks like it comes back to life and kills me. Or maybe not. That just the entrance to the area? What is that supposed to be? Who's laughing? Stop laughing. You're freaking me out. What? What is going on? Why is somebody laughing? What the hell is happening? That seems very meta. That's... okay. Harvald's resting place. Grave of Saints. Alright, let me just write down that this place exists. I kind of want to at least get a basic understanding of the things that I can still do. So aside from the Lost Bastille, where I also have to get back to, so this is the Grave of Saints. It sounds like that dude is right next to me. Wait, Lost Bastille. Grave of Saints. A bit reminiscent of the, I think it's called Grave of Giants in the first one. No, not Grave of Giants. Tomb of the Giants? Something, where the huge sarcophaguses are, where it's incredibly dark in the first game, right? Incredibly annoying area with the skeletons and you can't really see anything. I guess the name just reminds me of that. Harval. I also think that I've heard the name Harval before. I don't know if I remember it correctly. But wasn't there a ring in Dark Souls 1 that is called Harvald's Ring? Maybe I'm misremembering the name slightly. It was definitely similar. Harvald's Ring, wasn't that the dude who had really, really heavy armor that was in pretty much the beginning area? But back where the connection was between the where the huge Hydra is? Why did I forget all those names? But you can come back to the like a first area, and I think there's a person that is fairly hard to defeat that drops a ring. That's, I think, called Harvald's Ring. This would be his resting place? But if it's the Grave of the Saints, then was he a saint? And why would this place be a grave? Like, how are you supposed to be able to visit it? Although, all things considered, I guess, the ladders that were once used to get down here probably just don't exist anymore. Are you laughing? Are you laughing? Well, wait. Yeah, you're laughing. Why are you laughing? Visions of joy. Yeah, I mean, he definitely is enjoying something. I don't necessarily want to kill you, although I have a feeling you're kind of probably going to fall me in the back. Ooh, great. Somebody smashing his head into the wall. That's always a good sign. Try confidence, skeleton. Despair, therefore do it? I mean, this literally does seem like an entirely new area. Of course, I knew it. I knew it. They're poisoning me, right? And the laughing dude also. This was almost too obvious of a trap. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Now I'm wondering though, why? Like, why would they suddenly attack me? Guess they felt like I was threatening whatever is lying on the tomb? Is this poisoning me as well? No, it's not. At least it's not poisonous water. Because I definitely thought it would be. Wait, can you even go in there? Ugh. What happened here? What is this? Is he hanging from that place? So I guess there's multiple ways to enter, probably. Well, the only thing that I'm kind of debating with myself right now is whether or not I should continue here. Fatty. Yeah. There's just so much to do. So many areas that I could continue. I mean, it does seem like a very intriguing place. I wonder if this connects back to wherever the mansion leads you to. Oh, that's a bridge. I think I said that before. The, what the hell? The, what's it called? The distance, like the draw distance of the animations is weird. My poison resistance seems to be pretty high, by the way. So the rats appeared from over there, right? From the cave, I guess. And that's not really far away. And their animation still got dropped down to their lower, like 15 frames per second animation or whatever it was. Considering this is like a PlayStation 3 game that has been upgraded to the PlayStation 4, very weird choice, in my opinion, that they wouldn't increase that rendering distance. I guess it would have impacted performance, maybe? Why can I... Oh! I didn't even notice. It's one of these... So if I insert the stone, that's probably going to lower the bridge then. Almost like a big river. I wonder if there's a down... Oh, wait. There's another face. And yet another one. Hurrah for oddball, but are you ready? Probably not. I guess. I mean... The last time I had to insert the stone into the face that was on the wall. I don't have 3 of these stones. I wonder if he's... Small, smooth, and silky stone 3? Can I even attack him? Oh yeah, I can. Okay. Bye-bye. that dead body looks eerily alive. For some reason, I think he's just sleeping. Also has quite a large head. I don't know whether I want to use the stones here. Probably would use it on the face and the wall first. But let me check out the area as well. Because I don't know if I'm supposed to be here quite yet. Visions of Dark Spirit, but no lock on. Guess I'm gonna be invaded. I probably shouldn't have read that message. Sometimes it's a bit hard to decide whether or not you want to read the messages or not. There's even more faces here. Quite a lot of rats as well. So that's really annoying. For some reason my mace can like hit above them instead of actually hitting them. Where I can hear more of them. Yeah, okay. So they drop down from somewhere. Oh, seriously? See, that's... I don't know, that shouldn't be the case. The fact that you can literally just not hit them. I'm very hesitant to progress this area because it seems a lot larger than I at first thought it would be. Why is there's literally a fog gate here. Ooh, yeah, this is definitely a very large place. And I kind of want to see the areas next to the bonfire first. Because there were so many items that I was still missing. I guess there's multiple access points to this area if you, like depending on how far you drop down before you enter it. But then you also have to somehow be able to get above this place. Oh, that's probably where the ladder leads, right? So there's the if you drop down a little bit further, there's like a ladder that you can take. You can't really... I don't think I'll be able to jump over there. I could try to jump down there, however. Ooh! You can use them to, I guess, make your fall damage less. Ring of the Evil Eye +1. Well, shit, I shouldn't have bought the Ring of the Evil Eye then, huh? You can upgrade rings in this? So, wait. Either you can actually upgrade them, or there's just different variants of the rings that you can find. It's literally the exact same thing, just better. Which I was wondering about, right? I specifically got the Ring of the Evil Eye because I did use it in Dark Souls 1 for a while, especially when I was traversing areas that I've already been to, because it sort of kind of alleviates the issue of being hit. Like, if you traverse areas that you've already been to, then sometimes you just get hit by enemies because you can't really be bothered. And this just makes it very easy to do that because you get HP back every time you defeat an enemy. It felt very underwhelming in this game though, when I used it. So maybe this is just better then? You could probably also, maybe that's why they give you 4 ring slots, because if you get multiple of the same ring, these effects should probably stack, right? I'd have to go back up though to get the to get to the ladder. Oh. And they actually give you a homeward bone. This looks entirely different to the grave area though. This almost looks like the entrance to an entirely different area altogether. It's not though. That's one of those crystal lizards, right? I mean, that's very clearly bait. I have a feeling that he isn't even running away. This bridge is surely going to collapse if you try to get him, right? I won't be able to get over there anyway, though. So and it looks like he would just fall down. Seriously. Well, now he's gone. Luring it out required a head and short tri-skeleton. Wait. I don't think you... I don't think if... Wouldn't really be able to jump this, right? Oh, now I realize I can't even go back to the bonfire, right? So either I have to drop down or I have to use a homeward bone anyway. That's definitely an enemy. Something with a flame inside for some reason. But wait, how are you supposed to get... I guess you can drop down from a different place? Because otherwise you wouldn't really be able to get that item, right? Wait, there's water here, and the water doesn't extinguish whatever flame he has? Oh, please tell me they're not respawning. I mean, they can't be respawning indefinitely, right? Because they're giving you souls. Yeah. So I guess I could have just run after the crystal lizard. Even more homeward bones? Wait. You look exactly like the guy who's protecting the ornate door in the Forest of the Fallen Giant, like in the castle itself. He looks exactly like that dude. I wonder if he is also waiting for me to show him some kind of crest or something. Why is there so much water here? Great heal. That's a miracle, right? Not a sorcery? Let's see. Yeah. Great soul arrow, great heal. A glorious miracle, only accessible to a small minority of clerics, greatly restores HP. Only a select few have learned to recite this epic romance in its entirety, but those who do are amply rewarded. Also, in Dark Souls 1, I have a feeling you're getting sorceries and miracles way, way quicker than in this game. maybe they decided to do that because they wanted more of an impact on the starting classes that you choose. Because I had, well, at least from sort of my viewpoint and the way that I played through Dark Souls 1, it seemed like most of the gear that you get for starting, like most of the starting gear in general in Dark Souls 1, was very easily acquirable, like very early on in the game itself. Whereas that doesn't seem to be the case here, but I don't know. Yeah, please don't spoil like item locations or anything. I mean, it's kind of obvious that he has something valuable, but I probably would have guessed that it was another area, not necessarily just an item. This looks like Blighttown. I don't like it. Wait, there literally isn't anything more here, though? Quite a large area. God, I hate it when they do that, when they slow you down because of... I wonder if... Well, he is attacking me. But he's following me, though. Yeah. I mean, that's weird. Okay. Oh, he isn't even that strong. What the... What? I for sure would have thought that he worked the same as the one that's protecting the door. Why does he look exactly like that other dude then? Because I would have thought that he'd also prompt me to show him some kind of... What's the other guy saying? He wants like a sign of the king or something. Oh yeah, it's literally just a chest. Well, that's... Yeah, I can see that. Also weird that they... Why continue this? Why make it... Well, I guess they wanted to give some purpose to this area at all. It looks like kind of a sewer for something, right? I mean, he's clearly not the same dude. He works entirely different. Sublime bone dust. Because I would have thought that he'd also prompt me, right? He'd also prompt me for the sign of the king or whatever. And also the other dude doesn't pursue you. He literally protects the door. Whereas this guy is just a normal enemy. Weird. Also, why would... I guess if we assume that they at least originate from the same location, like from the same, well, King's Guard or whatever, you'd probably... Why would he protect something in an area so far down? Weird. What was it that I got? Sublime bone dust. Burn in bonfire to upgrade Estus flask. Charred ashen bones. Cast them into the far fire in Majula. That's a very concrete description. To increase the HP restored with each use of your flask. They say these are the remains of a saint who cast himself into the bonfire. But we will never know for sure, for soot and ashes tell no story. Well, I guess that explains why it was, why the knight was protecting it, right? It's a bit weird that it would be in a treasure chest, but I guess that's just a gameplay element. So, these were the remains of a saint, or at least it's assumed to be. Considering that it was guarded by apparently the King's Guard or something like that. Probably would mean that the fact that it was a saint or somebody connected to the king or the kingdom, whatever king we're talking about here, we still don't really know anything about that. That is true. Why is the fire in Majula called the Far Fire? Okay, to increase your, let me think back. So in the first game, you found items, what were they called? Something, was it Firekeeper Souls? There was an item in the first game as well that increased the amount of health restored. So this is definitely like a permanent increase, I'd guess. Okay. Definitely very useful. Yeah, they were called Firekeeper Souls, right? So again, very, very different to... Although, then again, maybe not that different. The Firekeeper Souls were remains of Firekeepers, right? That died so that... And you use their, their soul to upgrade Esther's healing. I wonder if they are talking about remains of a saint. They are saying he cast himself into the bonfire, though. Aren't firekeepers usually female? I'm not 100% on that. Also, no idea why you would willingly cast yourself into a fire. Again, a very strange idea. But potentially similar in the sense that they're both the Firekeeper soul and this are clearly remains of someone who had something to do with the bonfires. So I guess in that way they're very similar. I was just tripped up a bit by the fact that they're specifically calling out that you have to burn it in the Majula fire, because doesn't every bonfire say that you can burn something in it? Right, you can burn the human effigy in it, which does something, right? It happened to me once for some reason, where it upgraded the fire for a short amount of time. Yeah, I never really found out what it was supposed to refer to in the first fire. In the first fire. What am I talking about? The first Demon's Dark Souls. So, I mean, it's just interesting that in both cases it has something to do with someone guarding the flame. And it's still interesting to me that the knight would guard it, though. Well, I guess now that I've started with this area, I should probably continue. Not that I have much of a choice in this case. Oh. Well, clearly not. Why is there multiple ways to get down? Almost didn't see this item. Human effigy. Guess this is just to get the item. It is Scholar of the First Sin, yes. I think somebody already told me that there's apparently a couple of things that they pretty dramatically changed from before, which I thought was, well, I thought when I got it that the Scholar of the First Sin is basically just, well, Dark Souls 2 and its DLCs, but apparently they also changed a couple of, I mean, obviously I don't necessarily want to know what they are, or what they changed, unless it's something that doesn't spoil. But that's an interesting decision. Well, I mean, there are usually NPCs that will explain stuff, although explaining in Dark Souls very rarely actually means properly explaining and more hinting at stuff, but it might be a bit different in this game. Wait, is there literally just this one way to get down? Guess so. But I mean, I'm gonna find out anyway, right? No real need to tell me. Enemy locations and item locations. I wonder to what extent, because that just seems strange to me, that they would change so much, especially after having played Dark Souls Remastered. Because Dark Souls Remastered seems like an incredibly lazy job, right? There are literally like textures and there's all kinds of stuff that is just straight up really, really badly done in Dark Souls Remastered, to the point where you're asking yourself whether or not they even remastered anything beyond the resolution of the game. So it's very strange to me that Scholar of the First Sin would then change so much, but I guess they felt the need to do so for some reason. Token of Spite. The hell is that? Proof of defeating another world's master. Another PvP item? Token recognizing that the owner has traveled worlds to defeat others. When used, you are most likely to summon invaders from other worlds for a period of time. Simply carrying these tokens shows the bitterness of the grudges the holder has accumulated. Alright, so if I want a PvP, I can just use it, I guess. It's always a bit random to me why they would put, like, fairly, or seemingly fairly essential PvP items in just sort of random locations at some point down some cave. But, okay. Wait, so these are to leave summon signs. These are to literally invade another world? Oh, whoopsie. These I haven't quite figured out. I guess you can just... Crystals and Sandom. I guess if you get summoned by someone, not necessarily an invasion, but rather if you use the white soapstone and you just want to return to your world, you can just use that. And then we have... this charm will disperse the ire directed at you. And these just seems to be so that you can escape a world that you've invaded. And this is to get invaded better. And this is to see how many people you've killed or whatever. Yeah, see, those changes like that, where the bone dust, why make that change? That just seems weird, especially with a version like this. Because Because that's what I kind of expected out of Dark Souls Remastered, right? When just reading the name. Dark Souls Remastered also includes the DLCs as well. Right? Yeah. Yeah. It does. So, weird. I mean, Dark Souls 2 came out after the Scholar of the First Sin edition, right? Did I say Dark Souls 2? I mean Dark Souls Remastered. I'm hearing something. Sounds like something's coming towards me. Or not? Almost sounds like it beating hard now. Oh, of course. Frickin' hell. That's probably... Is it? Wait. Oh, that's normal poison. Wait, is there even toxic in this game? Oh no, never mind. I think I completely got that wrong. Didn't the rats inflict petrify? I was wondering why there was this weird stone symbol there. This is now actually poison. Why does it sound like there's like a beating heart down here? The gutter. Yeah, this is definitely poison. Oh shoot, it's also really, really effective apparently. Wait, do I have to jump down? Oh, there's like a platform in front of me, I think. Holy shit, that's very effective poison. I don't think I have anything against that. Does it stop now? Yes. Or do I? Reduces poison. Oh, never mind. I do have poison moss. I think I never read that description of this. A faintly poisonous clump of moss. When ingested, it counteracts poison and cleanses one's insides. If enough poison builds up in the body to break out and cause poisoning, your HP will start to decrease. Yeah, no shit. If you wish to stay alive, you would do well to keep a supply close at hand. Well, I definitely haven't found somebody who's selling these, so... I mean, I don't have a choice but to move forward, so... guess I'm gonna do that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, never mind. I think I moved... Oh, hi. I actually wanted to get onto that. Whoopsie, I guess. Wait. That's a... Is that a bonfire? What is this weird sound? Oh, for fuck's sake. Seriously? What it... Wait. The statues are doing that? Did I see that correctly? I think the statues are just spitting at you. Well, that's a burning zombie thing. I don't think I can drop down here. It's probably gonna kill me, right? Although it does somewhat look like you should be able to. Well, you can. Well, this is slightly weird. I have a feeling that I probably haven't done half of what I could have up until the point of this bonfire. But at least I have another one now. Ugh, that looks weird. It looks like the wall's moving. Wait, is it supposed to be like water flowing down the wall, or is it supposed to be a moving wall? More like sand than water. Kind of hard to tell. Well, that's something that I didn't really want to know. Now the surprise of finding out that you can break them is kind of gone. I mean, I guess if you can break them, that kind of makes this a lot easier already. Why is it still sounding like some beating heart, though? There's also a lot of, like, fire and weird stuff going on. Alright, I should probably just check out... Because I thought that it was, like at first, I thought that it was just... Well, pretty much like Blighttown, where some kind of enemies from very far away were shooting at me. What is this called? Upper Gutter. It goes even lower than this? Wait, it's a completely different area, though. So we have the gutter. And the upper gutter. I don't know if I want to be down here, though. I mean, At least that makes it possible to travel back up. I definitely, before I continue here, if I continue here, I want to find out whether or not I can... I should... From this bonfire, I wouldn't be able to go to that ladder place, right? I want to go back to Majula so that I'd be able to drop down the well again, so that I can get to the other, the ladder. Wait, is it 2-6? I'm literally missing 11 souls to be able to level. Whatever. I don't have any way to get more of those poison moss stuff, right? I don't even remember where I got the first 3. But without them, that area seems annoying to traverse. Although, interestingly enough, so these statues are here as well. And they do, like, just seeing them would... You would sort of assume that they're, well, friendly in nature, right? Seems very counterintuitive that they would suddenly decide to spit at you. Oh, I completely forgot that I can burn the thing that I just found. Okay, I want to know. Let me just travel to... Let's just take this one. A random bonfire. Now if I rest here and say burn, it also shows me this one, even though it specifically tells me to burn it in the far fire in Majula. Now I wonder what will happen. I'm not gonna try that, because that seems like kind of a dumb idea. I wonder what would happen if I selected this right now. If it just, like, goes away, or if you'd still get the same effect. Both things would be weird. It's kind of weird. So either you can burn it, and it literally makes it so that the item disappears. I mean, maybe you select it and it specifically says, oh yeah, you shouldn't burn that here, which would also be weird, because why would they then show it in that menu? What is that? Oh, looks weird. Or it would give you the exact same effect even though the item description specifically says that it should be burned here. Either one of those things is weird. But okay. Let's burn it. Some force has strengthened the Estus flask. Well, that's not very... it doesn't really explain all that much. Estus flask +1. Nice. I'm wondering what that force is supposed to be. Kind of would have appreciated an explanation, but then again, just burning an item in a fire usually doesn't yield any sort of explanation. And I guess I can see how effective it really is. It's not that much, right? So the increase in health that I got there is probably something like 15 to 20% maybe. Obviously, I don't specifically remember the amount from the first game, but reinforcing the Estus Flask felt more powerful in Dark Souls 1. But maybe that's just me misremembering. So where did I want to go? Where was that ladder? It's pretty much that one right below me, right? So if I drop down here, I think now I'd have to drop down to... Probably need my Estus again, to this one. Sometimes my character's turning weird. Oh my god, that's scary. Alright. Then full heal again and drop down to that one. And that should get me to that ladder. Which I assume is probably going to lead me to that weird skeleton that was hanging above the well. And then I think this is the last thing here, specifically, that I can still check out. Well, that's underwhelming. What? Okay, first of all, the texture has a very low resolution for some reason. But also, that's some kind of symbol. It's locked. I definitely have to remember that. Because that seems to be some kind of special symbol that you probably get from somewhere. Am I even able to drop down there? How the fuck are you supposed to get back from here? You can't open the door. Probably just going to die, to be completely honest. Oh, nope, that's almost where I wanted to go, but whatever. I just wanted to know where that ladder leads. Okay, so now I really have to think about where I should continue. Why is there so many options? So I could go back down to the grave area. Take another look at that before I continue on to the gutter. I could also just check out the lighthouse area. Definitely a bit more inviting in terms of visuals. Or I could check out the cave beneath the mansion first. Because now I wonder, right? Considering that this well is right in front of the mansion, I wonder if the cave behind that somehow connects back to the grave of the saints. Because it also looks like a grave sort of area. And I still have the place where the eagle dropped me off, which is also very intriguing. Fucking hell, there's a lot going on. So it seems at least that I've exhausted this area completely. I still haven't figured out what the weird orange outlines are supposed to be about. I'm still missing something here. Heights Tower Flame. Yeah, this is a place that I could continue. This is a place that I could continue. And then these, obviously. Well, now that I know of this place, I definitely want to check out the mansion first and figure out whether or not that connects back to this place. Because considering that... So I've checked the ladder now, right? That leads to a stone thing that I can't open. Although, well... That leads me to believe that I still need something else from somewhere else in order to open it. Now, that somewhere else might just be in the Grave of Saints, that you can literally find something in the grave itself to be able to open the door. Or, alternatively, obviously, it could be somewhere else. And that way lead you back to the grave. Because to get to that skeleton above the well-looking thing, or the inner circle, where there was an item that I couldn't grab. Either you literally just get there by opening the stone door, or you get there by figuring out another route to get into the grave. Let me check out the mansion. I'm still missing the guy anyway. Maybe I should have... do want to go back there? That would be really annoying though. In a way I wanted to check back whether or not the, like the mining place that I found in the forest, or in the castle. Why is it called the Forest of the Fallen Giants? You literally walk through the forest for like 5 minutes and then you're in the castle the entire time. Why is it not called Castle of the Fallen Giants? Whatever. But there, I found the guy that had the key to the mansion in the mining area. And I kind of wanted to go back there to check whether or not he's still there, because when I found him and when he gave me the key, I thought that he would just return to Majula and stay in the mansion, but apparently not. So... But I guess I just have to remember that if I actually return to... Oh, that's the weird pigs outside, right? The sound. If I actually return to the Forest of the Fallen Giants for the items that I'm still missing there, if I find a way to get down to the Fire Salamanders, then I'd also be able to check back on him, I guess. Because he isn't here, right? Visions of Fatty Trio. Well, that's the... This is also just weird. Why do they exist? Why are they here, and why are they attacking you if you approach them? It just seems so random. I mean, maybe at some point there is going to be an explanation for it, but... Since we also don't really know why this mansion exists at all, right? Who lived here, why they lived here, why there is that huge book. So maybe whatever explanation we'll get also answers the question why there's 3 pigs that are very aggressive right next to it. Okay, this is the area, right? Wait. Wait. Yeah, you can't open this, right? Wait, what is going on? Why is there like a small flame here. Is that... What is happening? Fire, question mark? Be wary of fire. It's not doing anything, though. I mean, I was wondering what this area was supposed to mean when I first saw it. I don't want to know things like that. I want to find out myself. I was assuming that it was something like that. Because that's sort of the only explanation, really. I guess in a way it's kind of obvious, right? Because it wasn't here before, and now it is. And this looks like some sort of a map, for some reason. Although, well, does it really? I mean, if it is, then... I mean, is that telling me something? I guess it would spawn in something as soon as you... I guess collect the flames. It just looks so random. I mean, if you... That's a weird way of showing that. It almost looks like a bug, right? Like a torch that's glitching through the floor or something. It's kind of a weird thing. Unless you assume this is supposed to be some sort of map. But then also, why would it be here? Where's the connection to this house that would lead you down here? And also, if we consider that defeating the pursuer actually prompts something to make this flame appear, why does a second version of the pursuer then exist in the world betwixt? That also seems very, very random. This doesn't, like... It just looks like a random floor texture. I don't know. That's probably also what the message means, right? I mean, if you don't really know about it, even though you might be able to assume what it means, or you might... Well, as soon as you defeat, like, a second area boss, it would become quite clear what this is supposed to be, right? But, I mean, this message kind of shows that a lot of other people were probably confused by this. Which, again, weird decisions, or weird decision in general in terms of its visuals. Ugh. What the... Was I still blocking? Oh, right. I forgot that they dropped those. Also, why isn't there... is there no torch? Is there a place that I can light my torch here? Doesn't seem to be the case. Again, like... In the tutorial area, they literally have those weird torch, like the fireplaces, every couple of steps. To the point where it's way too much. And then you come here, where you actually want to light a torch, and you can't. Unless I would run back to that place and then come back here. Seemingly kind of a weird decision. Oh. Well, I guess that's pretty much makes this area worth it already. Stealth? Wait. Well, that certainly wasn't stealthy. Did I miss something? I don't think I have. It's also just a wall. This is just a treasure. Just... maybe. Why is there... Is this it? Maybe I should have gone into this area first. There isn't anything here. Well, a lot less anyway than I thought it would. Soul Vessel. Visions of Trio. In short, quite something. These messages are more confusing than anything. A liar ahead. I mean, maybe there's more to this place later on, considering that the guy that gave me the key to the mansion will also probably return here. It seems like sort of an important place. I mean, it has to be, right? Considering that it's in Majula. Soul Vessel. Show this to a certain person and ... What kind of description is that? A vessel that will accept your souls. It can allow reallocation of levels, but without proper assistance, it may simply drain you of souls. If you truly wish to start again, go to the place where your journey began. Oh, so that... Wait. Okay. So those 3 former firekeepers that are in the hut where you start the game. One of them was talking about, you know, if you want to restart, blah blah blah, you can come to me. And I thought that if you wanted to reallocate your stat points, you'd literally just go there and talk to her, and that was it. And then you'd be able to reallocate them. But this makes it seem like you have to use this first, or rather you have to be in possession of this to actually be able to reallocate your stats. Okay. Well, I don't really want to do that, though. It's also weird that they allow that. Because, I mean, leveling... Leveling in Souls is... Well, in a way, it's very usual, right? Works as the same as you'd expect it to work. But... This just seems like such an unsouls item, right? That they would allow you to reallocate your stat points? Weird. And also, this is it. I literally thought that this was going to lead to a new area. Why is it so dark? If this place... It would be cool if you could light the fires down here. Or a fire. To make it less dark. If that's a function in your game, right? If that functionality literally exists in other places, why not put it here if that's so dark? Again, very weird. There are all these weird inconsistencies that seemingly hint at there being more stuff later on. I just wonder if that's truly the case. Alright, well, at least I've completely, I guess, seen everything there is to see in that area. Do I want to go back down to the Grave of Saints, though? I mean, the question literally becomes whether or not there is, like, the item to unlock the stone door, whether or not that actually exists down there. To be completely honest, I want to stay above ground for now, though. Because especially the gutter and all of the poison that usually... Those usually aren't the greatest places to be, or rather not really the places you want to be. So, yeah, let me go somewhere else for now. I'm going to... Also, at least according to this... You know what? That's actually a good idea. I should probably just do the levels in the order that they appear, huh? That also makes it easier to sort of keep track of things that I still need to do or figure out. So far there's nothing else that I can see in Majula. At least there's nothing else that I know of that I can still do here currently. Same for the things betwixt. As far as I know, I've seen everything there is to see in this for now. Here, there's still a couple of things that I need to do. I have no idea how to get to them though. So I guess the natural progression would be this place. Since I really, really don't want to go, like... I mean, well, if it's just the statues, at least as of now, that are spitting poison at me, then that's better than an actual poison swamp. Although I have the unfortunate feeling that there is going to be some sort of poison swamp in this game as well. FromSoft is just too known for having poison swamps in their games, right? But let me get back to that place. It looks very cool as well, so I want to figure out what else there is. And now I should be pretty capable of defeating these enemies, I think. One thing that I'm also still very unsure about is the time of day. Because the place, like Majula itself, seems like the sun is either setting or rising, probably setting. And in this place looks very similar, although almost a bit brighter than in Majula, but maybe that's just the color of the sky. Although, considering that you can see the stars, maybe it's supposed to be darker in terms of times of day. But it almost seems like traversing, or not traversing, but getting to another area seems to change the time of day. Or rather, time is different in different areas. Seems strange, but also definitely something that Dark Souls would do, right? Considering that the flow of time in general is weird in these games. Let me actually change back to the stone ring. I probably also... considering that I got this one now, might also be something that I could try. The problem with poise is that it's very hard to see. Like, unless you specifically go out and try it, it's very hard to see the actual effect of these things. I mean, let me go with this first. Let's see how easy or hard these enemies are now. Also, don't they look... Oh yeah, they're easy now. Holy shit. Well, unless you miss them, of course. That's 3 hits. The last time I was in this area, I think I still had the dagger. Cracked blue eye orb. Right, I already almost forgot. The Crestfallen was talking about this place being... Well, at least Heights Tower, which I assume would be... Is that referring to the actual lighthouse, or is it referring to that castle thing? Probably the castle, huh? The Crestfallen was talking about the blue... What are they called? Sentinels? Residing in this place? Which are people who help each other, right? Invade the world of the guilty. Can only be used by members of the Blue Sentinels Covenant. Punish the guilty to strengthen the bond with your covenant. Oh, okay. I thought that the... Punish the guilty. So I thought at first... As far as I know... Wait, let me start at the beginning. So, in Dark Souls 1, I never really interacted with Covenants much. And that was largely to the fact that I didn't really PvP at all. Right? I'm usually not one to sort of initiate PvP on my own. And somehow when you play through Dark Souls 1, maybe that's because not a lot of people are playing it anymore, although I don't think that's the case, actually. Aren't a lot of people still playing Dark Souls 1? So, sort of the weird thing is that Covenants, I think in the first game at least, are very, like, online focused, right? Not necessarily PvP focused, but online focused. They're mainly there to, well, do something with online. The problem is that Dark Souls 1, in the game itself, tells you very little about the Covenants, about what they do. Unless you just try out a million different things, I don't think you'd actually be able to figure out what they do on your own. Which is just weird. I mean, I guess, so the idea probably is that as soon as you get these kind of items, they maybe expect you to use them right away. But the fact that the item description literally tells you that they're online items also very much deters you from it. But maybe that's just because I know how the online play, or at least I think I know sort of, well, not necessarily how it works. I certainly don't know anything about the Covenants or what they do or how their systems work. But I do know that there's PvP in Dark Souls and that you can also summon other people to help you, right? Like, that's a sort of very basic knowledge of the FromSoft game systems, I guess. I don't know. When I first encountered the Covenants, I certainly did not expect them to be mainly online focused. And it seems to be the same thing here as well, right? Invade the world of the guilty. So I guess this would then be this is to invade, I guess, anyone, right? And you want to kill them in order to get one of those tokens, which probably gives you something. And then this, at least according to the description, seems like you're specifically invading people that might have also killed other people. And if you want to level up with the Blue Sentinels, then I guess you have to do that. Now, the thing that I don't really get here, or what the game isn't really telling me, is what do I get out of ranking up a Covenant? I mean, even the Crestfallen just told me that the Blue Sentinels are supposedly people that help each other, right? But what is the point of me ranking up the Covenant? What do I get out of it? And this seems like a very hard thing to figure out, right? Because even if invading the world of the guilty, I've just begun playing this game, right? I still have a very basic character. I feel like whoever I'm going to invade with this probably knows a lot more about Dark Souls 2 PvP than I do. I mean, I could still try, I guess. You know, I never really engaged with these items all that much, but maybe this time around I should actually do it. I mean, they're here, right? So that means that they're supposed to be used. So maybe I should just try it, see what it does, and, well, if I'm bad or if I die, then I mean, it's not a big deal, right? Still better than, like, never using them, which is kind of what I did in Dark Souls 1. But then also, well, that's kind of one of the issues in these games for me, right? I never quite figured out whether or not you're actually supposed to play them with online being turned on or not. In a way, considering that these messages are also here, you're probably meant to play it online, which also means that you're probably meant to at least try sort of summoning other people, helping other people, right? That is definitely something that seemingly the game wants you to do and wants you to try out and figure out. But then also in Dark Souls 1, I never really felt the need to do so, which is then kind of weird, right? Like in a way that feels a lot more, not necessarily a lot more natural, but definitely a lot more straightforward in Bloodborne. Because in Bloodborne, you can very, very easily summon people when you're in front of like boss rooms, for example. And there's a lot of summon signs that are specifically placed like fairly close to bosses in Bloodborne. So it feels very straightforward, right? It feels very straightforward in terms of, oh yeah, there's a summon sign. I can use that in order to make a certain boss fight that I may be struggling with easier, right? And it seems to be specifically done for that purpose as well. In Bloodborne, you practically never get invaded, which is also because I think there's only like 3 areas where there's even a chance of being invaded, because it requires those dark bells to be rung or something. And then also the maidens that ring those bells are very easily to find and defeat, which probably makes it so that you can't be invaded anymore at all. But then also, again, the way the summon signs and everything works in Bloodborne is very, very straightforward, and it's very, while you're going through the game, it just kind of feels natural. Oh, there's a summon sign, right? I can use this to defeat a certain boss. And sometimes I use them because I wanted to try them, right? But also then, of course, a lot of other times, either there doesn't exist a summon sign at all, or you just defeat the boss on your own. And then they disappear again after you defeated the boss, right? But in Dark Souls, these mechanics seem a lot more convoluted without actually telling you why that is, I guess. And also, the whole online thing is always a bit, I don't know, especially for me, for someone who's playing through these games, I would say, rather slowly, pretty methodically, also, especially, I want to, like, read item descriptions and just look at the environments and try to think about, well, for example, these eagles here, right? I didn't even notice that they had eagle heads, so that's something you can probably think about and try to make a connection to, for example, the pursuer who was carried around by an eagle and looked very similar to the enemies that appear here, right? Making me think that whatever the reason is for the pursuer to exist, he might have originated here, right? And maybe the eagles or these guys have a larger part to play, I guess, in the overall story of the game. But if I were to summon another person, not necessarily to make the game easier, but rather because I want to interact with the Covenants, I want to interact with, well, that whole system, essentially, of the game, then I'm also making it so that I potentially have people in my game who've played this game themselves, or who have a completely different way of approaching this, right? And who are maybe just running forward, attacking all the enemies, which I wouldn't have a problem with, right? Obviously they can do that, that's in their right to do that if I summon them, because it then becomes an online game. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that's why I never really, or why I'm very hesitant of using those online items, right? I mean, obviously you can also specifically use them if you're struggling on a certain boss. You can then go and summon somebody. But in those cases, it already feels a lot more systematic, right? If I'm attempting a boss a couple of times, right, 3-4 times, and I'm saying, this is a bit annoying, I want to help, I want to have somebody helping me with that, then already, you get what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to explain, but that makes these items a lot more, gamey. I don't know what other word to use, but it makes those items have a very, very specific purpose within the rules of the game, which in a way obviously makes sense. That's how items are supposed to be. But at the same time, it completely eliminates any sense of these covenants and these factions actually being a part of the lore of the game, right? I don't know. It's, in a way, I feel like it would be a lot better if they wouldn't actually tell you that these are online items, right? If you wouldn't really know, at least as a new player, what these things are about, I think that would make it a lot more interesting, especially considering that there's also NPC invasions, right? Because those kind of trip you up, right? If they wouldn't really tell you about those sorts of things, you would never really be quite sure whether or not something is an NPC or an actual human invader. Maybe they could even make it so that if you use these items, sometimes randomly they would drop you into an NPC world, right? So, I don't know. I honestly, like, in a way, the fact that these items which is also why I think they did that, because the items specifically tell you that they are, in fact, online items, makes it so that the player can choose not to use them, right? So it makes it that a situation where maybe something unwanted happens because it's online, you have more control over that, right? So giving that control into the player's hand, on the one hand, feels like something that is good, right? That you don't suddenly get thrown into PvP, or, well, not even PvP, but just in general online situations that you might not want. On the other hand, isn't that sort of the point of the whole PvP system? Like, I always thought before playing Dark Souls, or before playing really any of these games, and just seeing like people actually PvP and invade other people, isn't the whole point of being online sort of the idea of, oh yeah, now I'm being, like, now I can be invaded. There is this certain threat, like this inherent threat that you could be invaded at any time and potentially die because of another player invading you. I don't know. I honestly think that it would have been a lot better if they didn't actually tell you that. If the whole sort of online system was a lot less identifiable. Which is also, especially in the first game, now they changed it up in this one, right? Where the tutorial messages are different to the player messages. In the tutorial, you get those stone tablets that look very different, obviously, to the messages on the ground. Whereas in the first game, and also in Bloodborne, the tutorial messages look exactly like the ones being left behind by players. Now you can sort of easily discern between the two because the tutorial messages very, very obviously are tutorial messages, right? But at the same time, it still gives you... It definitely hints at them wanting you to not really know whether or not something is a developer message or a player message. And I think that's the same way it should work with the items, where it shouldn't tell you whether or not it's an online item or not. Because people who know about those systems, right? Considering that these items literally tell you, oh yeah, you're going to be transported to another world, or you're going to help somebody, or something like that, right? If you know sort of how these online systems in these games work, and that they exist at all, you'd very like, you pretty much would know immediately, oh yeah, this is an online item. But people who've never interacted with those systems wouldn't know it. So, I don't know. And what's with these dudes now? You're still alive, even though you've got a ton of arrows stuck inside of you. And you look exactly like the dude that is laying over there. But yeah, so eagles seem to be some sort of theme in this game for some reason. And then I wonder, so at least from judging by the shield and just in general, their look and the I guess the armor that they're wearing, they look very, very similar to the Pursuer. I think they're not meant to be the original inhabitants of this place though, right? Because the way I heard a couple people talk about this made it seem like, oh shoot, he's a lot faster than I thought. Fairly weak though, considering how big he and his weapon are. But yeah, somebody talked about like a war being waged, although that might have, no, that was in reference to the giants attacking the castle, right? Not to these guys. I'm sort of waiting for the, like, blue scent. Oh yeah, right, there was also this dragon-looking thing over there. The way the Crestfallen was talking about the blue sentinels made it seem like there are people here who want to help me. But maybe those people died? And also, if the Pursuer is in fact connected to these big armor dudes, would that mean that they came here specifically because they... Wait. If the Crestfallen is saying that that the Blue Sentinels are helping other people, does that mean that all of them are also branded by the dark side? If that was the case, then naturally these guys with the big armor things, wouldn't they then also all be kind of like the Pursuer? That's definitely an interesting thought. And then no idea who these guys are. Why are they here? Why aren't they saying anything? And why are there two exactly, like, are they twins? They look exactly the same. I mean, it's fine that you're reusing a model. It's just weird that they would sit here, clearly still being alive, but not being able to interact with them in any sort of way. I should also maybe use human FGs a bit more. Although then again, maybe not. Why are you just lifting up your shield without actually approaching me? Why does it feel like a trap again? There isn't anybody else here though. Why is he so passive? Well, now he's not. Oh, shit. Okay. Another... What? The hell is going on? Wait, so these things drop them. What does that tell me? So that makes it seem like they're meant to... If we assume that they essentially use these orbs, wouldn't that sort of mean that they're meant to punish the guilty? So in a way, are they part of the Blue Sentinels Covenant? Why would they attack me, though? I'm not guilty. I haven't killed any other players. Unless you count the 2 invaders that I killed. The NPC invaders. But they invaded me, right? So technically they were the guilty ones. Also, who's the person sitting over there in the tower? This almost seems like a human. And why does this suddenly exist just because I defeated this one enemy? It seems weird. Lloyd's Talisman. That's the thing that prevents others from... I mean, it would make sense to have... This is a PvP item, right? I mean, mostly. Used by Cleric Knights. Block Estus recovery within a limited area. I mean, this pretty much would technically also align with all of what I've already said, right? The Cleric Knights use these talismans to hunt down accursed undead. Accursed undead being technically undead people, players, quote unquote, right? Who invade other players and kill them, right? Considering that Lloyd's Talisman would theoretically help you fight other players, because if they can't use their Estus, they're probably easier to defeat. What is a bit weird, though, is that the body where you find this talisman on looks very different to these knights who supposedly would be belonging to the Blue Sentinels. I mean, let's see whatever this does. Okay. That just looked like the platform that was... I guess it just makes it easier to fight that big dude down there. Because otherwise, like... Why? Why would this exist? What's the point of it? Again, like a very seemingly random thing. Alright, can I lure one of you out first? Again, one of them is attacking me, the other two are just raising their shield. They always have like threefold attacks. So were those two guys just waiting for me to kill the first one? Wait. Oh, I guess I got another one of those. Oh, yeah. Why do they make this weird sound? Or, well, not weird sound, but it's interesting that they have a sound cue at all. Can I please just fight one of you guys? I usually don't really like kiting enemies, but I don't know. I also just don't like fighting multiple enemies at once. They pursue you for a really long time, for a way longer time than I thought they would. Seriously, guys? Also seemingly, like, weirdly inconsistent. I think I talked about, like, weird AI things back in, like, the last time when I played. Are you stuck? Poor guy. Sorry. I think I talked about that last time, but the AI just seems like not bad, not in any kind of way like bad, but just inconsistent in terms of sometimes there are enemies who pursue you, sometimes they don't, sometimes they run back, sometimes they don't. It felt a lot more consistent in Dark Souls 1, but the AI in general just feels a lot more interesting because of these changes in Dark Souls 2. Like, it actually seems that they are different enemies with different patterns and behaviors, right? Whereas in Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne as well, they feel very similar most of the time. Is that an armor that is new for me? I think it is, right? Old Knight armor. Also apparently a fairly heavy one. Old, undated armor. How old could this nearly crumbling armor be? Has extremely low durability. Oh, 20, right? Okay. Sometimes, just as a thing falls to pieces, it unleashes its last flash of great power. Oh, that's the same description that... where is it? I think this one, right? Old Knight Greatsword. Which is... didn't this also drop here? I think it did, right? When I first defeated, like, the first enemy right next to the bonfire? Wielded by a warrior from a time so ancient that there exists no record of his endeavors. Sometimes, just as the thing falls to pieces, it unleashes its last flash of great power. I wonder if there's something special to these things if they break. Although it doesn't, at least it sounds like it would only really be usable once. It breaks, and then it does something special, but it only does so once, and then you'd have to repair it basically and break it again in order to be able to use whatever it does again. I assume that it won't really be suddenly converted into a really powerful item. That would seem a bit, like, random. Still very weird to me, though. Who are these guys? Why are they here? And what's their deal? So, again, this connection to the Pursuer. If we assume that they're sort of similar, then these guys essentially are like old knights from an undated time, some time like very far in the past, because they're basically crumbling, right? All of the armor, the weapons that they're using is all crumbling, which is also why I assume they have such a low health pool. The Pursuer, however, while looking fairly similar to them, was basically still new or still in shining armor. So either they're not connected at all, or he was somehow able to evade whatever fate prompted these ones to become so ancient. Okay. Oh, so now it's complete, I guess. Interesting. Now it actually looks like it's supposed to be some kind of boss room. I mean, there is a fog gate in front of it, right? But you could see the enemy inside it from the side already, so I don't necessarily think that it's a proper boss. And what's with all these guys sitting around? That's literally the same model that's been placed all over the place. So I assume that's probably the way to go first, technically. So I'm going here first to see. You can't. Oh wait. Now that other guy is actually getting up. What the hell? But they're not fighting each other. They're both trying to fight me. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Oh, he's also a lot stronger than the other dudes. Or at least he's faster. Let me heal. He sounds like he's somehow kind of ghosty, doesn't he? Wait. It seems kind of hard to evade, to be completely honest. Ah, fuck. I don't constantly want to kite them back, but if I fight both of them at once, then they're surely... like, they're probably fairly strong together. What the hell is going on with these guys? Now they're running all the way back? What the hell? Come back here. And why are they so much quicker in running back to where they came from than when they're pursuing me? Almost like they're running away from me for some reason. That doesn't make any sense. Wait, but why would they suddenly... Why would this one guy suddenly get up? Why does he look like kind of a ghostly figure? Well, at least now is only the one guy coming after me. Right, can I... Yes, I can. What the f... How did he attack so quickly? That felt like it should have... Fuck. That felt like it should have worked, to be completely honest. He's very, very quick. It's weird that they're sort of sitting down if you parry them. And not only are they, like, sitting down, but they also get back up, like, really, really quickly. Okay. Weird. Why suddenly attack me? They do that a lot in Dark Souls 2, don't they? Where they have... like areas with enemies that are first not attacking you and then they suddenly are. Oh, wait, what? For a second there I thought he wasn't dead. This seems like it literally leads me to whatever kind of... Is that even a dragon? Or is that some kind of... It looks like an undead dragon or something. I think I can hear it. Yeah. Divine blessing. It's a very, very strange area, to be completely honest. So wait a second, what's the... Oh, right, fully restores HP and cures all status effects. I'm also still not really quite sure about those extra healing items, because you seem to get... Well, the amount you get seems to be quite alright, right? It's not too much, not too little, kind of okay. But at the same time, it does feel like if you're actually using them, you can very, very quickly run out of them as well. So... I assume that guy's going to attack me as well. This makes it seem like you might be able to enter sections of this place as well. Although maybe they just look like that. I'm pretty certain that I don't want to fight whatever lies on that bridge. And I'm also certain that I probably can't continue anyway. Because I probably have to go the other way first and then come back here. Also, just their animation. Their animation is really weird, right? Because they're so... like they're almost like fallen in or sunken in. Why are they so quick? Why do they have so much HP? Do they just have like a lot of poise, or what's going on here? Yeah, they're actually... I wouldn't necessarily say hard to defeat, it's just I don't really know how to approach them. Do I just want to hit them? Because just hitting them once and then dodging their attacks seems a bit... I don't know. It's so weird, right? These guys here at first, like these big dudes, almost seem laughably easy to defeat comparatively. And then you just suddenly encounter these other dudes that are much harder to defeat. Now I'm questioning whether or not I should be here again. Nope. Like, see? They're not even... Yeah, well... I mean, I didn't expect that last attack, but... they're not even really damaging me, like, at all. And then the other dudes come in and just... well, I mean, their damage wasn't that problematic overall, but... And then there's their weird, I guess, like, height difference. I wonder whether or not I should go there first, honestly. I mean, although, well, then again, there's also a couple of those dudes sitting there as well. I want to have my souls back. I should probably learn to defeat both of them at once, right? I don't want to be kiting them back all the time. Oh, shoot. He only takes 2 hits. And then they both only come out once you defeat the one dude? I don't know. It's such a weird thing, right? Didn't even notice you dropped something. Oh, yeah. You dropped it the first time as well, right? The problem is that they're probably now staggering their attacks. Oh, shoot. Oh. Well, bye, I guess. It just seems like such a weird design choice, I guess? To have enemies that are so easy and then other enemies that are a lot harder. I'll grab this first. Also, the fact that he is a lot quicker than the other guy as well, right? I mean, it's such a weird thing. I really don't know how to deal with them properly. And now, wait, why is he turning back all of a sudden? He pursued me for a lot longer. The other, right? I mean, I almost ran back to the entrance of the area that other time that I kited both of them. And now he just for some reason decided to fuck off. And also, well, the arena stays the way it is. So at least I could go there first, maybe. I mean, I have to learn to defeat them anyways, so it's not really that big of a deal. And now he's just chilling there? Why are they so quick, though? It's really hard to, like, bait out their attacks. See? Because that time... Or maybe it's because I'm trying... And also now he got staggered, whereas before he kind of didn't. Their first attack is really a lot quicker than you would think. Oh, seriously. And they have a weird reach. And now he got staggered again. Maybe because I hit him in his animation. Like, the way they decide whether or not they actually do a follow-up attack is also very weird. And now he... What the hell was that all about? He suddenly didn't do anything for a second, and then he decided to suddenly do something again? I mean, if I'm not really using my shield... Either I should actually use my shield, or I should two-hand my weapon. Either or. Although then again, two-handing your weapon always means that you're also slower, which doesn't necessarily seem like a good idea against these guys. Oh, by the way, the one thing that I... Didn't I want to go for this shield? Because this has 100% damage reduction. You know what? Maybe I should actually increase my equipment load when I level next. Because this seems like a worthwhile upgrade, right? To actually have a proper shield with 100% physical damage reduction. I mean, I'd imagine that their attacks would probably be... like, they would probably still do quite a lot of damage if you shield them. I'm just really... Because... like, dodge rolling against them doesn't really seem like the correct way of dealing with them. Just because... Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. Huh. Well, that wasn't on purpose. Yeah, that's definitely... That's definitely the way to go. So you just want to basically wait and block until their attack combination is finished, and then you can get a couple of hits in. Well, either one hit. The problem is that it definitely takes a lot of stamina to do that, right? Because it takes stamina with every hit that they deal to you. So you probably want to, well, keep an eye on that. Try ranged battle. Oh. Hi. Why does fire like that always knock you back? Seems very dumb. Well, I don't really have anything for ranged battle, though. What the... Seriously? What kind of bullshit is that? So yeah, that's... I mean, it definitely looks like a, either a smaller dragon or an old dragon, but definitely a lot more feeble than the first dragon you encounter in Dark Souls 1. Not really sure. I don't really want to go back to the bonfire. Wait, since I'm not really using those currently, although I could just do this, to be honest. Let's actually see how much they heal for. The healing's just so incredibly slow, isn't it? I think they heal for more than my Estus flask, though, sorry. Wow! Okay. It's almost my entire health bar. Are you attacking me if I stand over here? No. So, I mean, I guess if I had a, like, 100% fire reduction shield, I could probably do something against him. What's my fire reduction here? 60%. Well, that's definitely not enough. 65. Do I have some sort of... I thought I had some sort of magical shield in the first game. Or a shield that was in general just very good against magic attacks. I don't necessarily think that's the way to go, though, right? This just literally seems like an enemy you're not really meant to defeat right now. Let's try the other way first. I mean, I need to lower the bridge anyway, right? There wouldn't really be any point in me defeating it if I wouldn't be able to lower the bridge after it, so... I guess we're going this way first. Why would it be here, though? Liar ahead. Okay. I don't know. Sometimes I wish these areas would answer a bit more, like, about themselves, I guess. Like, they're clearly still alive. Maybe I guess the other two that attacked me also turned kind of hollow. That's something that I, for some weird reason, even though I'm a hollow myself, sometimes kind of overlook when thinking about these things, just because I feel like, I don't know. So they could also be in like some form of hollow state, where maybe they're attacking me not necessarily because they think that I'm a threat, but rather because they're hollow and they just randomly attack everything that they see. The problem that I have with these guys is that they're so different from the other ones, right? So the two different types of enemy, I guess, that you encounter in this level, they don't seem like they actually belong in the same place. Or rather, to the same faction, I guess? If we're talking about the Blue Sentinels or anything like that being here, then do they both belong to this place or not? They seem so completely different to each other, right? Like, these guys look like the ones that were originally here for some reason. I don't know. Their whole armor and just the fact that they're basically human looking makes me think that they are the ones that originally resided within this castle. And then the big dudes maybe came in later. But again, I have no idea and no way of verifying whether or not what I'm thinking here is correct or not. And the weird thing about that is they're not attacking each other, right? Which certainly would happen if they, well, if the big dudes invaded this place, I guess. I wonder if he will stand up at some point. It looks like he's almost like guarding that chest, isn't he? Also, I'm still sort of misjudging how long it takes for me to swing my mace. So I guess what's also interesting is that you would be, like, it would be pretty easy to farm those cracked blue eye orbs. So in a way, I should probably still check them out at some point. Oh, I guess I have to... Do I have to kill him in order to access the chest? I guess so, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. Wait. Oh, that's also no. Like, this is something that honestly shouldn't be a thing. The fact that you can't two-hand while you're standing over... Well, now I can. Well, here you can't. Yeah, that's not great design. Like, at all. Oh, shit. He is a lot stronger than I thought. I also didn't expect him to immediately attack me, basically. Why is it... I don't know, Like, I guess the time that it takes for you to block, attack, and then block again is something that I'm not really quite sure about. Like, you really need to find an opening before you actually attack, because otherwise you're just leaving yourself wide open. Ring of Binding. Okay. This also seems like very perilous. I half expected this to just break off while you're running over it. Like, okay. You know, this is a detail that I'm not bothered by at all, right? I don't care about it. It's just the way they decided to design this level, and it's completely fine. And it's also because the detail, I guess, on the rocks below it isn't quite as high as in, like, I don't know, I guess a modern game you'd expect it to be. But obviously, like, speaking of a, like, physical perspective, this is completely impossible, right? The stones wouldn't actually stick together like that unless they use some kind of magical glue to attach them to each other. I guess the only reason why you could maybe argue that this is relevant is because that there are other things in this game that can, in fact, break, right? When I was jumping down that well in Majula, the fact that the wood actually breaks, even though it should technically probably not entirely break if just a person is jumping onto it. Like, it could still definitely not support your weight, but since it's wood, it wouldn't just break apart unless it's like 1,000,000 years old. You know, it's just, I guess, about design language in terms of, I mean, well, then again, we could also argue that it's very clear that this doesn't break because otherwise you literally don't have any other way of getting over there, but it's definitely something where I would like, or I would have liked them to at least, like, there's no reason to make it such a thin thing, right? They could have literally just, I guess, brought the, like, stone texture over a little bit to at least make it seem like it still supports itself as a structural piece, right? Again, not a big deal at all. I just sometimes think about, well, if you're building up this level, right, why make it look like that? I mean, maybe these were assets that they just designed, and so if you, I mean, if we're actually, like, talking about this, right? As you can see, this is like the piece that is attached here is like slightly higher than everything to the right? So these things here are just a texture that's been overlaid over some polygons in this area, right? Whereas this thing is like an entirely different object that has specifically been placed here, right? So the idea would be that they had specific objects, and whoever designed this level probably took this one object that they had, just placed it here, and that was it, right? And there was probably no real other way of doing this, because otherwise they'd have to either design a completely new object or make this other area that is just a texture look different, right? So I guess they probably decided that this was actually the best way they could make it look without having to design an entirely new texture or object, which is fine in my book, right? That's okay if that's how it went down, essentially. Because it still fulfills its purpose, it still works the same way you'd expect it to work. It's just an interesting, like, I like to sort of, well, not necessarily reverse engineer, but definitely think about, well, you know, how did this come to be? Why make it look like that when there seemingly could have been other ways of doing it? Now, I still have my homeward bones equipped, right? What am I doing here? I have a feeling this might actually be a boss. Or maybe not. I don't really want to lose my souls, although then again it's only like 3 levels. It is a boss. Dragonrider. So I guess the assumption would be that he's the guy who rides the dragon that is lying there. That was a very sudden end to the music. Dragonrider soul. Okay. Let's see if that does what I think that it does. Huh. Huh. Yeah. I am not really certain about their boss design so far. So the only boss that I encountered so far that I actually felt like a proper Dark Souls boss was... Or let me rephrase that. The only boss that I fought so far that felt like a FromSoft boss was the Pursuer. The reason why I'm saying FromSoft and not Dark Souls is because Dark Souls 1 has almost no good boss, in my opinion. DLC excluded. I'm not talking about the DLC. A lot of the bosses in the base game of Dark Souls 1 feel awkward to fight with way too high of an HP pool. Now, I don't really want to eat my words here, but that's not entirely true. I'm over-exaggerating a little bit. There's definitely good bosses in Dark Souls 1 as well, or rather, fairly good bosses. The thing is, the bosses in Dark Souls 1 do feel like bosses. They have, for the most part, I think, unique models, and they also do unique things, right? Things where you say, oh yeah, this is a boss. This guy did not. This was literally the same as the other dudes that I fought on the way to get here, like the big dudes that were really easy to defeat, just with a larger health pool. Like, it took me how many hits to defeat him? I don't know, 12, 15? I'd have to count them back, right, on the recording. But this was literally just the other guys with a slightly different armor design and 5 times the health. For no reason whatsoever. I don't know. That's weird. Also, like, can you... I assume you'd be able to fight him without pulling on those 2 levers that I did earlier? So you'd only have, like, the small bit of an arena in the middle here? Is that, like, on purpose? Is it so that you can have a bigger challenge if you wanted to? That just seems incredibly random as well. Why would there be these 2 levers, right? Like, why? They literally just couldn't exist. Like, if those 2 levers... Okay. Why is there a dude walking at the entrance to the level? Is me defeating this boss now making it so that all the other guys that were not previously doing something, is it making them now do something? Or was it because I attacked that dude next to the chest that he's now walking over there instead of just chilling on the ground? What? So many weird things. And then again, these 2 levers. If those levers just didn't exist and this arena just looked like this all the time, that would literally be the exact same thing. Why have 2 levers, like, change this arena if... I mean, I guess it is literally here so that you can have more of a challenge defeating this boss on a, like, New Game Plus playthrough? Or, like, what's the deal? Why? I know I'm complaining, right? I don't actually have a problem with that. It's just, why? I want to know. Why did they decide to design it this way? Maybe it's so that... I mean, it could be so that your, I guess... what's it called? Like, your attention would be drawn to this tower, right? I mean, that's certainly what it did. By having these levers that you can pull, it definitely puts your attention on this tower. And it also shows you that there is a dude in here, right? So I guess it's their way of making you aware of that you should go this way first. Let me actually look at the item that I got. Oh. It's literally his soul. Dragonrider soul. Soul of a Dragonrider, who faithfully served King Vendrick. So I've heard the name Vendrick a couple of times before, but I don't think we've gotten, like, information, like, actual relevant information about the king at this point. Long ago, the Dragonriders mounted worms, and were feared on the battlefield for their unparalleled strength. Use a Dragonrider soul to acquire numerous souls, or to create something of great worth. So, yeah, the guy that was in here, I assume, at one point, was the guy who was riding that worm over there, right? That certainly kind of seems to make sense. Would also explain why that dragon exists. Or worm. Is there a difference between the two in this universe? I don't know. I know that there's, like, technically people are saying a worm. I think it's like a... What was it? A dragon typically also has 4 arms, I think. Whereas a worm... Essentially, the wings that it has are their arms, right? I think that's supposedly the difference, although I was never quite sure who actually came up with that distinction. I feel like that's something that has been made up by some Reddit thread at some point, not necessarily somebody actually studying these things, but I could be wrong on that. No idea, to be honest. So he was a Dragonrider that was riding that worm. Interestingly enough, defeating him, well, certainly didn't change the state of that worm. He's probably still going to attack me with fire as soon as I get to him. But yeah, still, like, a really weird boss. The same that I said basically after the last giant, or whatever he was called. that we encountered in the Forest of the Fallen Giants. The one that dropped the key to then be able to get to the Pursuer. He was also a very weird boss, although still more of a boss than this guy. I mean, this guy, again, his attacks are way, way easier to read than all of the other normal enemies that we've encountered in this zone. Which is just, like, why? I mean, he looked cool. His armor certainly was unique, I'd assume. But why? Such a weird choice. And now what's the deal? Oh, there's a bonfire here. And as I assume, so we saw, is that a her or a him? Definitely saw this NPC over from the other side. Which, at least that's cool that the draw distance allows you to do that. I don't want to get into that as well. The draw distance in this game seems a bit strange from time to time, but it already also did in the first game as well. Also, alright, just be aware of, whenever I say these things, I'm not actually complaining, right? Because I feel like I'm really complaining and ranting here. I'm not. I really, really like this game so far. But, again, so you can see this place from Majula, right? If you are in Majula and you look over this way, you can see this place. Now, you can also see the castle in the Forest of the Fallen Giants from Majula. Where the hell is Majula? Right? From this distance, it looks like it would be behind the rock, right? It can't be, though, because you can see this place from Majula. Unless maybe I'm actually misremembering that or something. I have to check again when I'm back in Majula, but yeah. Unfortunately, the backgrounds don't really match up. Which, again, it's not a big deal, because it's cool that you're able to see these things in the first place, right? I have a feeling that they actually have quite a few problems, considering that even in Sekiro, I guess the level background still looks very, very basic, right? It looks like one big blown-up JPEG, basically. I know it's not. I think it's probably a couple of polygons and some skybox. I don't know how they essentially do it, but you can definitely see that their engine is not necessarily made for big vistas like this to actually look good, right? They're very, very, at least in this case, it's very, very clearly made for a PS3 game. And I don't have anything against that. This was a PS3 game at some point, so it's fine that it looks like that. And it's still, comparatively, especially to some backgrounds in Dark Souls 1, this still looks like somebody actually cared, right? This looks like somebody actually wanted to make a very, very cool looking background, and they were just restricted by the engine and the whatever technical restrictions they had for this game when it got released, right? So it's completely fine. It's really cool that they even attempted to show the different levels. The fact that you can even look over there and see the castle, right? And know that that's a place you can also go to is very, very cool. So I really, really like it. It's just that if you do that, why not make it correct, right? I mean, maybe they probably shifted around the levels a little bit, and they, the points in time where these backgrounds were created compared to when the levels were created is probably also different, right? They didn't adjust the background every time just because they adjusted something in the level, I'd imagine, which, again, all of that is completely fine. It still looks a million times better than most backgrounds in Dark Souls 1. I don't know, an interesting tidbit that it just looks so different. He's also walking around now. I wonder if me defeating the boss did that, or if me killing that dude sitting next to the chest did it. I mean, I guess it makes sense to have a bonfire here. It's just interesting that you can literally see the other one as well. Tower of Flame. Well, the name certainly checks out. What was this called? Heights Ruin. Heights Tower of Flame, Heights Ruin, and Tower of Flame. Okay, let me just... because I wrote down like a wrong thing before. So we're in Heights Tower of Flame. Although I don't know what this is actually like called, right? Heights Ruin and Tower of Flame. Tower of Flame. I don't think we've heard that much about Hyde at this point. Alright, let me get this straight. We have the things betwixt, we have the Forest of the Fallen Giants. We have Heights Tower of Flame. Potentially levels in between there that I haven't encountered yet. We have the Lost Bastille. The mansion in Majula I've now actually checked out. I just want to keep track of these things because there's quite a lot of things that well, quite a lot of possible directions to go in, right? Then we have the Lost Bastille, the Grave of Saints, and the Gutter. Alright, yeah. Cool. So now, who are you? Oh, by the way, some of these environments, there's definitely a lot more of these, like, unique-looking textures in here as well. It looks very, very cool.
Are you from these parts?
Do I look like?
Lycia.
Lycia, okay.
I have come to spread the art of miracles, a practice of which I am a
Aha!
disciple. I can see that you are well suited to comprehend their wondrous power. But the cost of it, that's for your heart to decide.
Lycia of Lindeld. Should I know who that is? So, I mean, considering that this is technically the second area, it just feels a lot, I don't know. Well, then again, in terms of playtime, I don't think that I've necessarily spent longer in Dark Souls 2 than I did in 1. At this point in time. So, maybe I shouldn't have really been surprised about this. I mean, this does seem like an appropriate time to introduce something like miracles. The problem is that my stats are really, really low for that.
I'd heard awful rumors about this place, and I'm afraid they were all true.
Yeah, it's not really inviting anymore, right?
The king, gone. The earth, ravaged. The burden on the people weighs heavy. I fear that, by now, they may have scarce room in their hearts for miracles.
The king gone. So one thing that I'm completely unsure of is whether or not the kingdom that she's referring to, the kingdom that we're currently in, and the king that supposedly resided over these parts, right? Is it actually the same kingdom as the ones that the castle in the Forest of Fallen Giants is in? Like, is that the same king that we're talking about here? Or are they two different kingdoms, each with their own king? I'm really not sure about that. And I have a feeling I kind of should know.
Why did I come here? Well, do I need any other reason than to spread the gospel of miracles? My preceptor always said this art should be shared with the world. And such is my only wish.
Okay. Were you not concerned by the, like, big knight-looking dude below you? How did you even get here?
Sometimes I fight the urge to pack up and go back home. It is... well, I must do this. And being out here all alone only makes this a more fitting test of my fortitude.
I feel like I recognize her voice.
I expected this cathedral to be bustling, but there's hardly a soul to be found here.
Hardly,
Without
you're the only one.
I'll have to move soon. To a place I could gull the...
What?
Sorry. Help the gullible by teaching the good word.
Why do Souls NPCs always Can't you just be a nice person? Why the hint at something
I
nefarious?
expected this cathedral
Alright.
to a place. Sorry.
Buy item. Okay, Cleric's Sacred Chime. So this is in order to be able to cast miracles. Most clerics receive this as their first sacred chime, a catalyst for miracles and hexes. To use miracles, equip a sacred chime and attune a miracle at a bonfire. The strength of most miracles is affected by the caster's faith. So the thing is, I'm not really, a big, I guess, faith guy. So I usually don't really like faith, especially as a stat. I guess if we're talking about, actually role-playing your own character, I wouldn't really want to invest into it. It does seem like a worthwhile thing to do, though, especially considering I don't really have that much healing at this point in time, right? 4 Estus. It might actually be quite helpful to have miracles to heal. 28,000 increases faith. Ring of Prayer. Okay. A ring blessed by the High Priest of Volgan increases faith. The clerics of the great city of Volgan are perennially entrenched in scandalous power struggles, but among them remain a few strong-willed, upstanding noblemen. I wonder by how much it actually increases your faith, because 28,000 souls at this point, I could increase my faith probably by like 10 levels as well. Ooh, she sells quite a lot. Heal. Healing Miracle, medium heal. Miracles are tales of the gods passed down long ago, but only a small number of the original tomes remain in their entirety, and most that exist are restorations. Great heal. So these are supposed to be literally sort of chants, I guess, or things that you would recite, which is cool that they explicitly state pretty much what they are. Its effect is the same as Great Heal, but has limited uses. Right? The erudite Great Heal tome requires extensive training to properly interpret, making it accessible to only a select few. It only requires 14 faith, though. Oh, this is an excerpt. Oh, okay, I get it now. So this has 3 uses. That's actually not that much. 2 uses, and this is only 1. So it heals for more than this one, but only has 1 use, which is also why it only requires 14 faith, I guess. replenishment gradually restores HP, so you can get quite a few different ones. This miracle is used by the resolute Lindell cleric knights when fighting on the front lines. There is a story passed down through generations claiming this band of knights once felled a poisonous dragon which menaced an entire nation. Is that a reference to anything I should know about? Resplendent Life. A great miracle used by highly ranked clerics. Slowly restores a large amount of HP. Cleric for Saul of Lindeld was a master of miracles who fought battles across the lands. His allies called him a holy knight, but his enemies feared him for his demonic powers. I'm probably not going to remember all of these things. Caressing Prayer. An elementary miracle for clerics, purifies the body, removing all poison. Has 8 uses. I wonder if I should get that for the gutter area. Affects both the caster and nearby allies. This spell was recently developed and may not be an authentic miracle. Okay. Well, does it matter if it's authentic or not? You know what? I don't know. These seem really, really useful, right? But considering how much I would have to level up to be able to use all of these, I'm not really sure if they're something that I should spec into. I really want to use miracles. So for, like, as a general idea, first of all, I want to use them more because I didn't use them in Dark Souls 1. So that makes them interesting, and that makes them something that I might want to use. Second of all, I think at least the healing ones are probably worth more than they were in Dark Souls 1, considering how easy it is to get, like, to kindle bonfires, for example, right, in Dark Souls 1, which yields you a lot of Estus, which means that you don't need any healing miracles. And the rest of the miracles in Dark Souls 1 didn't seem all that useful. Again, might be different here. The kind of issue that I have with it is, if I wanted more faith, the amount of level ups that I'd have to do, I could also invest in strength or vigor or endurance, right? So, in a way, does it make sense to have more overall HP, or does it make sense to be able to heal more HP? Especially since I don't really know how long it takes to cast these things. I really don't know. And then so far, I never really had that much of a problem with the amount of Estus that I had, all things considered. I don't know. Kind of hard to decide, or to be completely honest. Hi, how are you? Elementary Miracle releases a shockwave that staggers foes. I think this also exists in Dark Souls 1. Pushes nearby foes back, but leaves them unhurt. Does not directly cause damage, but can be highly effective with a little ingenuity. Probably not all that useful against most PvE enemies, I'd imagine, though. Lightning Spear. A miracle that launches a spear of lightning, said to be the legacy of an ancient clan, whose leader was revered as the god of sun. The name of the clan has been lost to time, but the gross incandescence of our magnificent father shall never wane. And that requires 22, though. Mind, if I actually want to use these, although this requires 12. 10, wait, what did require 10? Oh, this requires 10 to use. Okay, but then there isn't actually any miracle that you would be able to cast at 10. Homeward, this is just a homeward bone. This is pretty unnecessary considering how many homeward bones you get. A miracle that returns its caster to the last bonfire rested at. Traditionally, its destination was the caster's homeland. The curse slowly erodes one's memory, until even one's birthplace is reduced to a figment of a clouded past. But the bonfires are constant, a beacon for the tragically afflicted. Referring to the curse of the dark sign. It erodes one's memory is kind of an important point, I feel like, because it kind of makes you question whether or not parts of the game like might be weird as they are because you can't actually remember what you're doing half of the time? I don't know. And then guidance. A miracle created to help those who have lost their way. Reveals more messages from other worlds. That seems very unnecessary considering there's a message like every 5 meters, it feels like. Countless worlds loosely overlap, and at the seams of contact, kindred souls who have lost their way call out to one another with fleeting messages of hope. Also cool that they sort of explain the messaging system in terms of the lore. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call them useless. The heal seems to be somewhat interesting, as of now at least. I mean, most of them exist in the first game as well. In the first game they were definitely pretty bad for the most part. I mean, the lightning seems cool, definitely. Yeah, this one I don't get. Reveals more messages. I mean, there are already a million different messages that you can see, so what's the point of having more? It even costs quite a lot. Strange thing. I mean, I want to try out the heal at least, right? Probably. And the homeward one, I would actually say is one of the most useless ones, isn't it? Because, I mean, I have 15 homeward bones, and I haven't used them once the entire game. In Dark Souls 1, I used the homeward bone, I think, well, maybe 3 or 4 times during the entire playthrough. So, I don't know how useful this really is. Yeah, I mean, I know, obviously. It's not really that I want the heal to... I mean, it's probably slower than Estus Flask, right? Considering I only have 4 Estus, I mean, it would depend on... It is a bit unfortunate. I feel like... at least in Dark Souls 1, or like overall, in this game as well, the way you level is a bit unfortunate. Because first of all, I think that naturally the player would want to try out as many things as possible. So making these fairly high requirements for these things is a bit unfortunate. Because I feel like the point where these are the most interesting are usually when you don't really know how they work, you don't really know whether or not they're useful, right? So for a new player in general, these are the most interesting. As soon as you've played through the game once and get to New Game Plus or whatever, these are probably a lot less interesting, and you'd also know whether or not they're actually good. But a new player doesn't have that much in terms of leveling, and it also, I don't know, the balance seems a bit off, considering, yeah, you need attunement slots, you need faith, and then you also need to buy these things, which also cost souls, right? So every time you buy a miracle, I mean, at least it's permanent, but it does take away from something you'd otherwise be able to put into vigor, for example. So I honestly feel like, I mean, I know that they've stuck with this leveling system for a very long time, but I honestly feel like it would probably be, would have probably been a better idea to make the amount of souls that a level up requires not only depend on the level you're currently at, but also on the level the particular stat you want to increase already has, right? Making it so that if I increase one more point in vigor, where I have 15 already, would require more souls than putting a point in faith. I feel like that would be a better way for new players in these games to do it. I don't think I have a way of buying life gems at this point. And if there is a way, please don't tell me. But I don't know, I still wanna... The problem with these things is always you kind of expect there to be more cool stuff later on. And then you start speccing into them and there just isn't. I felt that way in Dark Souls 1. I actually wanted to play a bit more with pyromancy because that seemed very cool. But at the end of the day, I never really got into it, even though I specced into it. So... I don't know. I mean, then again, getting these souls is not that difficult. Let me just at least buy like the bit. No, wait a second. I have one.
Of miracles be with you.
I definitely have a miracle already that I found somewhere. I mean, if I didn't beat him, you'd now would have spoiled that there is a boss called the Last Giant, but yeah, I did beat him. Wait, what was it that I wanted to do? The other miracle. This requires 28 faith. Why the fuck are you even able to find this if it requires so much faith? Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be able to use that. But I just want to know... Wait. Let me get this. I want to know how good that actually is. So that requires 6 levels of your souls to the gods. Yeah, I know. I'd probably be able to get that right away. Does faith give me anything else? Oh, I need the attunement slots as well, though. Oh god, that's annoying. Attribute required familiar boosts lightning defense and proficiency in miracles. Yeah, well, the lightning defense probably isn't the most useful stuff. That is just really unfortunate. I really think they should have done the leveling up part a bit differently. Because that would also mean that I require a lot more levels, or a lot more souls going forward if I want to level Vigor, right? If I put like 6 levels into Faith. How did I miss her? Who? She? I mean, this is the first time that I went into this zone. And why wouldn't you talk to NPCs? I've never seen anyone playing these games not talking to NPCs. Try illusion? Does that lead me somewhere? Boss and short try enemy. Okay, yeah, sure. Should I go back to Majula? I wish it would come back with me. It's always kind of annoying when NPCs hang around at places they're clearly not really safe in. Oh wait. Oh yeah, right, I rested at the bonfire. But yeah, I mean, why would I have missed her? That's... I mean, usually you'd want everybody to read. I assume she probably goes to Majula at some point as well. I mean, usually these guys are. They sell basic stuff like these miracles. You mean the, yeah, the vendor, right? Or does she sell... Oh, right, maybe I just forgot about that. That she sells life gems, I guess, is what you're referring to? I probably just forgot that she does that. I just didn't really need to buy them at this point, because I found more than enough. This doesn't look like it's actually continuing on, so I'm... It's getting dark though. This leads downwards. I kind of hoped it would lead upwards. I wanted to check out the actual lighthouse. That looks very cool. But I don't think you can. Monastery charm. What's with these weird messages? They're always telling you about like a million liars and delusions and whatever, and it's never true. At least it doesn't seem to be. Is that something you can equip? Oh, that's a chime, not a charm. Oh, there it is. Monastery charm. Cures poison and restores HP. Many such charms were blessed in reconstructed ancient ceremonies, carried out in the monastery of Lindeld, now known as the new home of miracles. Though it may lack the power of an original, in circumstances dire enough, an imitation can be quite enough. That's such a specific item. Because it seems like something very rare, but then it doesn't actually do anything all too special. Weird. There's a bunch of items like this that you find. These divine blessings as well, they seem like such a powerful item in terms of how rare they are. But then, I mean, I guess a full HP restore is good, but it's not all that exciting. I don't want to know things like that. If they're like, you don't know if I know that. The only illusionary wall that I found so far was with these weird face things, right? In here so far, the things that I found definitely seem to work that way. I mean, maybe a lot of people just leave behind these troll messages. It's just weird because... Ooh, that was too early. In Dark Souls 1, at least in my playthrough, I didn't really encounter any kind of, well, messages that were, I guess, incorrect. Obviously, you encounter dark atrocious. How's that pronounced? Obviously, you encounter a bunch of messages that are just completely useless, right? You'd expect that, but to literally have messages like that that are completely, I don't know, wrong is something that I didn't see all that much in Dark Souls 1. But then again, maybe I just didn't read that much either. Temporarily boosts dark defense. Inexplicably pungent odor. Verbal histories often mention Saint Elizabeth. Her uniquely concocted medicines and potions are still widely used today. Dark defense. I think I haven't encountered anything that does dark damage until that point. Well, I guess I will now. Well, I mean, the face wall is... Well, I would still call it a secret. If you've never encountered it before, you don't know how it works. I mean, I guess you can... It wasn't too hard to figure out that you had to buy that weird, like, stone thing, right? But still, if you don't know, you don't know. And I assume, just naturally, because there are illusionary walls in the first game, that there will be here as well, right? It's just a natural thing you would assume if you start playing the game. There are secrets like that as well. Especially if you can encounter messages that literally tell you, oh yeah, by the way, there's an illusion ahead. Because usually in the first game, that was when there actually was an illusionary wall. Which also makes, well, you know, the design of those walls is certainly debatable whether or not that's a good secret, right? Because either you don't know and it's almost impossible to discern what kinds of walls are illusionary, because there's like literally no hint, or there's literally a message in front of them telling you that they are, which in both cases are kind of bad design, I feel like. But I mean, it's definitely so far been better in this game. The one illusionary wall with a face that I encountered was pretty cool in a way, especially since it has an actual like in-game effect attached to it. It doesn't just, like, the illusionary walls in Dark Souls 1 just look like they place the texture over it and then just make it disappear. Whereas the face, you know, looked like it was actually interacting with the game world, I guess. Yeah, I don't want any help, that's my point, right? That completely takes away any sense of discovery. Obviously you want to find these things out on your own. That's the interesting part about this, right? You don't know how it works. You don't know whether or not that exists, or where it exists, or if it exists, how it interacts, or if they changed anything, or whatever. And once again, one of these dudes. I guess he's going to attack me as well. Are you? Yeah, he's also following me. Or not? I don't get what their purpose is. They seem very passive, and the first one you encounter basically tells you, oh hey, you need to show me something. Which almost makes me want to not attack him. I mean, he's probably guarding something, right? And we have an elevator once again. I kind of thought this wasn't going to be such a big place. I mean, I guess I killed the other dude down in the gutter. So maybe I want to kill you as well. Yeah, this... Okay, please just... It doesn't have the message attached to him. Like the one in the forest. They're also so weak. They don't look that weak at all. But they're always guarding something. Yeah, I mean, I get that, right? I'm not blaming you or anything. It's just, oh, cool, another bone dust. Wait, It's the same item that the other dude that looked exactly the same also did. I mean, that's always a problem that I feel like a couple of FromSoft games have. They arguably try to hide some things a bit too much, and so you end up with people who haven't played these games before. It's kind of a problem, because I think that if the game's designed this way, if the game doesn't tell you how these things work, then they don't want you to know, right? Because otherwise it would tell you. The problem is it something that's just badly designed, an oversight from the developers, or something that they themselves just weren't sure of how to communicate properly? Or is it something that, I don't know, I guess it's kind of hard to know, right? Because I get that you want people to discover these things, but at the same time, if the game doesn't tell you and you don't, well, know how it works, and you're sort of missing a couple of the secrets, then you're supposed to miss those secrets if you're not clever enough to figure it out on your own, right? And I mean, so far, there hasn't really been anything that I feel like I have missed. Or at least the things where I'm sure that I've missed something are things where I definitely want to come back to later and try to figure them out, or where I feel like there was something that I still need to find. Visions of Illusionary Wall. This even looks like... No, I think that's just the texture. But yeah, it's a bit of a problem with these games. Because I definitely feel like... That's why I think that the illusionary walls in Dark Souls 1 are basically bad design, right? Either you just encounter a message in front of them literally telling you, oh hey, there's an illusionary wall here, and once you know that they exist, they're not a secret at all. They're really easy to find, really easy to... I guess, get around, right? Or, well, you hit them and they disappear, and that's it. They're not actually puzzles of any kind. But then you can definitely get unlucky, either in terms of the messages that are loaded, or, I don't know. I mean, a couple of days ago, I've seen somebody literally, find a glitch that would let them get to the bonfire that's in the, what's it called? Forest something in Dark Souls 1. Not via the illusionary wall, but in another way. And that was, so they kind of bugged themselves to the bonfire because they didn't know that illusionary walls existed. And if it leads to things like that, right... I mean, the game's definitely to blame for that. It's just very hard to gauge whether or not at that point you should tell them or not. Oh, that's cool. Wait, so these doors only open if you leave the middle of the platform? That would actually be a pretty great elevator design. Like, in terms of a real-world perspective? That makes sense, right? To force you to stay in the middle so that it moves and not open the doors until you leave the middle? Although, would it? Maybe it wouldn't be. Once again, dark area with no way to actually light your torch. Also a bit weird. Wait. The hell did you come from? And why are there normal hollows in here? more of them. There's a funny glitch in the game that you will never lose. I mean, yeah, that's always... It's just a bit problematic. I feel like especially with Dark Souls 1, because a lot of that game just feels like it was very quickly put together and has a lot of things that weren't properly thought through. Even though it has a bunch of really, really awesome stuff as well. So this is the third statue that I found. How many of those branches of yore do you need? Another raw stone. Oh, that was the gecko. I think I already had a gecko dropping one of those. Yeah, in terms of glitches, it's just kind of... I mean, obviously you don't need glitches or something to get through these games, right? That would be dumb, but... I guess if somebody, like, on accident finds glitches because the game sort of has mechanics like those illusionary walls that are just kind of hard to figure out, or kind of lucky whether or not you actually find them or not, and it leads to people accidentally using glitches, that's really unfortunate, right? You really don't want that. If you skip certain game mechanics or certain levels or whatever accidentally by using a glitch, even though you didn't want to, simply because the game wasn't designed that well or didn't really count for that kind of state, that's always a bit unfortunate. But I guess, like, in a way, it's also not that big of a deal. If you're parrying an NPC at a cliff and repose it and falling with it, can reduce fully the fail damage. Oh, that's kind of a funny glitch then. So I guess you'd probably be able to access, well, just zones that you're not meant to be in, right? Probably out of level stuff with that, if you do it correctly. I mean, I'd imagine there are a bunch of glitches like that in this game. Another bonfire? Wait, did I actually? I don't think that I missed anything on the way down here. There's so many unseen paths to hide. Or I guess that's... wait. Considering there's a dragon still blocking my path to the actual tower, maybe this is the way you're meant to go? Huh. This is a new area, though, according to this. No Man's Wharf. Wow, quite a few places to check out. No Man's Wharf. Why is it called the... well, I mean, it's pretty obvious why it's called the Unseen Path. It's just funny and useless? Okay. Well, I mean, at least it's funny. I thought that it would maybe be used in some sort of speedruns or something. Because it does sound like a way to potentially access areas that would be blocked off. Wait, where did I come from? This way, right? Wait, did I? Wow. Okay, this looks cool. Also seems like a very giant area. Can you stop immediately shooting me every time I enter somewhere? Oh, don't think he can hit me. Yeah, you can't. I think there is a skeleton standing over there. Interesting that there seems to be mainly hollows here. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Wow. Ships are really cool. I guess this is where I actually want to continue. At this point, I definitely want to spend my souls, though, before I do. And I also need to figure out... I don't think that I actually missed anything up here. Although I probably want to check out this area now that I've defeated the Dragonrider. But I want to level up first. Well, that's unfortunate, especially if it's also hard to do that glitch.
Is that a shard?
So it's not even really worth trying out, I guess.
Here.
Oh, I guess, yeah, I found another shard. I completely forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. Well, that probably does make my miracle now pretty useless, doesn't it? Wait a second. I have... Well, I mean, I bought them. So... Where are they? Here. So I need 1 attunement slot and 12 faith for it. The thing is, if I had 1 attunement slot already, getting to 12 faith wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing. But considering that I also need a slot, wait, how many? I need 4 levels for that? Wow. I mean, it also gives you curse resistance. Interestingly enough, that also gives you agility? What the hell? That's a weird... That's a weird connection. I mean, I guess because it also increased cast speed. So that would be, what, 10 levels just to be able to use a very basic heal miracle. I mean, that's why a lot of people like these games, right? You can definitely have like a ton of different challenges and I don't know. I mean, all the type of stuff that people are doing, right? No hit runs and level, like without leveling, stuff like that. It's really, really cool. There's really a lot that you can do. But what am I doing with this now? I mean, especially now that I have a 5th Estus. The additional heal is probably... The thing is, I don't even necessarily want it for the healing effect. I just want to try it out. But 10 levels just to try out a heal where I'm probably saying, oh, this was neat, and then never use it again. I mean, it's not like it's going anywhere, right? I could probably just use it later on. What was the other thing that I wanted? I wanted to use the shield. That would require a bunch more as well. So if I want to, let's see. If I want to change to this shield, the Dragonrider shield. How much does it weigh? 6. So 4.5 more than what I'm currently using, and I'm already very close to the 70% cap. Oh god, how much more would I need? So I need to increase my equipment amount by about 4, probably. How much levels is that?
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Seek the king. Lest this land...
ADP, that's the adaptability, right? I mean, I don't know. I've leveled it like a bit because I thought that the resistances were maybe something you'd want. And then poise technically is probably also not the worst stat, although the difference when you level it seems just very minor, I guess. I mean, it depends. Is there a chance of ever finding out what else it does, if it even does something else than what it says? The weird thing is, I think that... What was it? I think I said that last time. Agility is probably one of the worst explained stats ever. It literally just says boosts ease of evasion and other actions. Whatever that means. I suppose ease of evasion is probably like iframes, because that's the only thing that it could be, really, right? Although that would... Well, that could either be very, very powerful or very useless, depending on how it works. And then other actions just literally doesn't tell you. Yeah, the iframe. So, well, I'm not entirely certain how that would work, right? Because I don't know how it works in Dark Souls 1 or any of the other games. Usually, I think it literally has a set amount of iframes. I think. I don't know if you can actually influence that in the first game, because this stat doesn't exist in Dark Souls 1, right? As far as I know. Or maybe it's just a hidden value somewhere that only gets influenced by what you wear or what kind of weapon you're using. The problem is that it literally, like, sure, it raises your evasion, but you have no way of actually knowing how much it does. Even knowing that it increases your iframes tells you nothing about whether or not it's worth speccing into, to be completely honest. I mean, now I need what was it that I wanted? Vitality, right? So leveling it up once increases it by 1.5. That's a lot, actually. So, wait, let me go with 2 first. Now if I switch to the shield, 73.9. Well, that's still a lot. So I probably need 2 more levels in it.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls.
Oh wait, it also increases... Yeah, see, this is...
Lest this land...
That's weird then. Because... So I started with it, I think, on 6, right? I think everything started on 6. Except for... No, I think actually everything started on 6. So I already increased it 3 times just because I thought, well, 6 point of resistance, whatever, per level didn't seem like a bad deal at all. But even... Technically I raised it by like 1/3, right? It was 6 before, now it's 9. And I couldn't tell that there was a difference in consumable speed. That's very interesting though, because I felt like the speed with which you take your Estus feels very, very slow in this game compared to the first one. Partly that's, I think, also because the way it restores your health is different. Yeah, that's a weird stat. I don't know if I like that. I think at some point I might have heard people talking about this being annoying. Because there's no real way of actually determining how much it helps you. If it would tell you, I guess... So for example, it literally tells you there is a cast speed that has like a 47 value, whatever that means. I guess your agility, why doesn't this say like boosts ease of evasion and speed of other actions? If they had written it that way, I think that would have been way more telling of what this is supposed to be. This way it's I don't know, very obscure. It's weird. And even knowing that, I don't know whether or not I want to increase it. I mean, sure, the time that it takes to consume Estus at this point is annoyingly slow. So over the course of the game, I guess you'd want to increase this by at least some. But then also, the iframes that I have currently seem very fair and overall fairly, well, good. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It reminds me of, I don't know if you've played Morrowind. Back then they had, I actually don't really remember how it worked, but it was definitely something with like your attack or something. So if you had a certain weapon with a very low stat, or not, the weapon didn't have a low stat, but you had, like, I don't know, there were probably things like heavy weapon or something. I don't really remember what the stats were called, but if you had a very low stat, especially at the beginning of the game, obviously everybody had a low stat and everything, it would make it so that your weapon, even though you hit the enemy, it just wouldn't deal any damage, because there was like a hidden value where it rolled basically 0 damage. And if you got unlucky, you would literally hit the enemy like 10, 15 times and it wouldn't deal any damage at all, because you had to raise your stats, like your actual weapon stats, like attack and everything. And it would also increase your hit chance. So for the beginning, for basically, I don't know, the beginning 20-25% of the game, you would not really fight the enemies, but rather just the chance of actually hitting them. Which was, I mean, they obviously got rid of it in like Oblivion after it, but yeah, in a way it's a very old school thing, right? It's almost like playing Dungeons, what is it called? Dungeons and Dragons or something, where you roll, you literally, and I think isn't things like Divinity Original Sin, those types of games, they also work with sort of old school RPG rolls. This reminds me of that, where it's, I don't know, this sort of basic thing that you need, but at the same time you don't want to have to level it. Kind of weird. Especially considering that, well, the problem is that it's only one stat. So I feel like my iframes are fine, at least for the time being, but the speed with which I consume Estus is slow. But also, again, I have no idea how much I would have to raise it in order for the Estus consumption to actually feel good. Very, very weird thing. Alright, let me raise this by 1. I don't want to over-level that stat if I don't need to. No, equipment 71.8. Yeah, I definitely need one more level. I mean, I guess at least it also increases your resistances. So in a way, hopefully that does something that you'd want. Yeah, so far. Also, it doesn't only give you a large amount of souls. I feel like the amount of souls that you need per level only increases. Like, it increases by a very minor amount compared to Dark Souls 1. I felt like in Dark Souls 1 you... the amount of souls that you needed for the next level increased way faster than it does here. Which I guess they probably also did because a stat like that exists, right? It definitely makes sense. Although it still keeps you from investing too much into, especially, yeah, if you also need to level things like it, well, you don't need to level it obviously, but you kind of want to, at least somewhat, put things into adaptability, so it kind of keeps you from trying stuff out with intelligence and faith. So that's a bit unfortunate. So this is actually pretty cool. So I'm pretty much... This should still give me the... Yeah. That's cool. Also looks pretty awesome. Unfortunately a bit worn, but the crest is cool. That's the same crest that I saw in Forest of the Fallen Giant. Opposite of that other dude that was telling me I should show him a sign of... It's not that shield though, right? Wait, didn't I find this shield after I defeated the Pursuer? I actually need to try that. Yeah, definitely feels like it, that it's way faster and easier to level up. I mean, I pretty much only did one area so far, really, because, I mean, there's still a lot more to Heights Tower that I haven't done, and I'm already level 40. Although I actually don't properly remember at what point I was 40 in Dark Souls 1. Now, where do I put my next points into, though? I mean, I could put it in adaptability. It's not like I necessarily need to put it into somewhere else. Kind of want to increase my stamina just a bit. Or I just go for strength. Yeah, let's just go with this first. I mean, so far, the healing has been slightly annoying, but not necessarily too difficult. But that was also because the enemies that I encountered so far haven't been too difficult, all things considered, so... Let's do this first. 220. Oh yeah, that's definitely a lot higher. Yeah, I think you were talking about her, right? Yeah, she does. So for some reason, because most of her items are restricted, I had it in the back of my mind that these were restricted as well. I actually wonder, should I buy something else now that I have a couple of souls left? I have so much of everything. Guess I could just spend my souls on these. I wonder why I never really did that. I mean, well, then again, I just had more than enough. I'm still missing whoever can teach me about sorcery, though. Oh, right. I completely forgot. When I went down there in the area I just was in, there was also a statue there, right? So there's definitely still more that you can see and discover there. I mean, I'm definitely at a point where I probably will have spare souls every time I return here. So if I can't level up anymore, just buy a couple of those. But she says, I don't actually... I definitely talked to her when I first encountered her when she was still in the Forest of Fallen Giants. I don't think she actually said... Oh. Wait, didn't she also give me something the first time I talked to her?
We call this place Majula.
No, I definitely talked to her already. Because this, she already said.
Everyone's so stingy around here.
Yeah, I definitely already heard these voice lines. So I definitely already talked to her. So whatever prompted her to give me the ring...
Lonely times these are.
I wonder what prompted that. What is it anyway? This one. It's also +1. Fallen foes heat more souls. A silver ring depicting the snake, both the servant and manifestation of the god of greed. Sandro. Greed is traditionally viewed as a vice, but only a fool allows that to ruin a good opportunity. Okay. Oh, 10, okay. Oh, right, obviously I just bought the life gems. I guess that must have been enough then? Oh no, never mind, I bought the... I guess I never really bothered to talk to her again after the first time. That's why she didn't give it to me right away. I mean, I probably would have gotten it somewhere down the line. I actually need to talk to the other NPCs as well, now that I defeated the Dragonrider, or whatever he was called. Well, yeah, usually I talk to NPCs, like every time that I defeated a boss or anything. But obviously this is the first time that I actually returned here after defeating Dragonrider, so I didn't talk to them again.
Bearer of the curse, seek
She's only
if you find an Estus shard, so that
like repeating the lines that I've already heard, though. I guess the Crestfallen probably will as well. Although he technically, the tower where I'm at Heights Tower, is somehow connected to the Blue Sentinels, right?
Need my help, do you?
It's interesting that they give you something like that ring very early on, though. 20% is... well, that's quite something, right? If you don't necessarily need the ring slot, especially if you're just, I guess, defeating normal enemies.
Have you seen that pit, that gate?
And he's still telling me the exact same things as well.
On your journey?
So I don't expect any of them. Well, that's also kind of strange, right? That's why I probably also haven't gotten the ring thus far, because all the other NPCs just repeat the same lines they already had.
Drat. You're worse than my reckless daughter. Don't spend your whole life in transit.
I've already heard that as well.
Don't waste my time.
That's also, if you get a ring like that very early, I mean, you can upgrade your or level everything even more than you already
I hope
can.
you find something of use. Oh, by the gods, why the hell am I here?
Also nothing new.
Well, I do hope I see you again.
I wish he would actually sell me something new. I could probably equip that ring as well, now that I think about it. Well, do I want to? Definitely want to keep these two for now. Not entirely sure about the poise. Additional reduction of enemy poise. Because so far it doesn't feel like it ever was really that useful. I mean, I guess it was at some points. But not to the extent where it would necessarily warrant me having it on all the time. So I might switch that out. I mean, the maximum HP also isn't all that useful, but... probably gonna do that for now. Why does the cat constantly close the door anyway? Why are you doing that, huh? Just keep it open.
Who are you again? No, I'm not serious. You do have a rather pleasant scent. The type I'm quite fond of.
Well, does it actually... Yeah, not very useful. I mean, that's kind of what I what I got out of it as well, because I mean, I had it on the entire time, and it never really felt like anything staggered all that much. Especially considering that on the bosses as well. Well, I mean, it can mean that you might be able to get in one more hit or something, I guess. But overall, for the most part, you just really have to know how to dodge their attacks. And if you do that properly, then hitting them with more poise isn't really... Oh. I guess I didn't really... I guess she was... I thought she was just taunting us, but yeah.
See the old ones.
You're right. The,
Those four who have grown so
oh, that's new, I
incredibly
think.
ancient. They must have sprouted quite a thick coat of moss by now.
No, I've heard that.
For heaven's sake. No one even knows their names anymore. Imagine that. Yes, nothing like yourself. For you have a most pleasant scent that grows nicer with each passing day. Nothing suited you, I presume? Well, that's dismaying.
Well, I mean, she's definitely very taunting in her mannerisms, right? But yeah, that's... I mean, it's kind of obvious. I've heard that, like, multiple times, right? People are forgetting. We don't really know who we're even looking for with these souls and everything. And she's kind of making a joke out of it, I guess. Or maybe there's more to it that we just don't know at this point. We definitely haven't heard that much about why people might be forgetting. I don't know. I connected it somehow to just being hollow, like the dark sign curse in general, whatever that may be. But I guess there also might be something more special that has to do with these lands in general. Wait, there's something on my back? I certainly haven't done that. It's like this. Is that supposed to be the dark sign? Wait, did it also... Okay. I'm gonna try out something. But... Yeah, I thought that it was basically just the dark sign, isn't it? For the whole... Isn't it just, wait a second, where is it anyway? I thought that it was just like a visual representation of the dark sign. I actually had to think about what I was wearing for a second there. It was this one. Alright, there's actually two things I want to try out. Yeah, the black hole. Isn't that the... I would have thought that was just a like visual representation of the dark sign. Because like everyone keeps talking about the curse or whatever. And that's kind of, well, I assume that's why we're here, why we originally came to these lands. Or at least that was sort of, well, not really mentioned, but definitely somehow referenced in the beginning cutscene as well. Although the fact that it's literally, there's literally like a dark hole on your shoulder, I definitely didn't see that before. Wait, I'm still 18 strength. Oh, so if I... So technically I turn more hollow every time I die, right? Which is also why my life decreases. So you're saying that the actual visual on your back also increases in size the more, I guess, hollow you turn? That would be pretty cool if they did that. Alright, I wanted to try what happens, because I was in this thing once. Is this literally what I think that it is? Wait. It is. Are you kidding me? Really? So you can change your gender by entering this coffin thing? Because for a second there I wasn't sure if the game was just bugged or something, but I definitely started as a male character. So that's what they mean by changing the nature of the character. And that also makes sense that it would be in the, well, sort of tutorial area, if that's the case. That is weird. Why would they do that? I mean, I guess it's neat, but... What the hell? That's a very weird idea. But that's very cool. So if it visually shows how hollow you are, definitely very, very cool. What the hell? So when I first saw this, I would have bet that this just led to another level or something. I would have never thought that there's like a... And also, I didn't even notice. Because especially with this armor on, right, you don't really... The only thing that I was a bit weirded out by, but that's also something that it's very, very hard to tell. When I used my, what's it called, human effigy thing, to turn back human, the last time, I went into my menu and I thought that my character looked like a bit more female than I made it in when I created the character first. But you never really look at your character, obviously, while wearing armor. So I never noticed. That is weird. Why does this exist? I mean, like, what? I don't think anybody ever complained about wanting to change their character's gender while playing the game. Weird. Now that I'm here, though, I can actually check out what I got the last time. I completely forgot that I gave them an item as well. So many things to check out. Petrified dragon bone. What is that? Is that also an upgrade material? It is. Reinforces special equipment. A large petrified bone. Reinforces equipment made from special souls. Okay, so once I figure out how I turn the boss souls into, I guess, weapons or whatever they can be, I can reinforce them with this. Okay, cool. Commonly called dragon bone, but the veracity of the name is questionable. In any case, this petrified bone houses great power. Cool. I also have the normal one, like the normal smooth and silky stone or whatever it's called. Yeah. Let's just leave this here for now. Oh wait. I'm actually going to try and leave all three here. Let's see if they can give me 3 things back as well, at once. Because that would be, well, just nice. If you didn't have to do it one thing at a time. I know that, I think it was like that in the first game, right? Where you can basically log out, log back in, and it will have immediately changed the item. You don't need to rest at the bonfire or whatever. Although, you could also probably just change your gender and it would reload the level as well. Whatever. I'll come back here at some point to collect it. Probably when I have something else to turn in as well. At this point, I can't really upgrade my items anyway. Because I'm missing whatever unlocks being able to upgrade other stuff. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks. I'm not gonna go on for too much longer anyway, because I want to take a lunch break as well. I haven't eaten anything today. Which I guess this is actually a good point to do that, now that I think about it. So I've talked to everybody. Let me think. What else would there be? Where do I want to... I guess considering that I'm in... And I kind of wanted to go by these places, right? So now if I want to check out what more there is to this place, if I've maybe overlooked something. And then I want to... Well, I'm probably going to continue with this then, No Man's Wharf. Which also seems... Considering that there are only hollows there, really, shouldn't be too difficult in terms of enemy level. Wow, quite a lot of places to check out. I mean, Dark Souls 1 also gives you a ton of stuff at the beginning, right? Considering how many places sort of branch off of Firelink Shrine. That being said, though, I feel like here you can actually traverse most of them, whereas in Dark Souls 1, for example, the catacombs or the graveyard, at least early on, definitely let you know that you're probably not really prepared for those places, right? So you quickly turn back and go somewhere else. Whereas in this, so far, it feels like you're actually able to go to most of these places and actually accomplish something. Without too much difficulty. So, yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna call it here for the time being. I'm gonna take a bit of a lunch break, and then I'm definitely gonna come back as well today, though, and continue. And probably, well, I will go back to Heights Tower, check out if I've missed something there, and then probably continue with the wharf, if that's not the case. Although, until I want to try out one more thing, though, because otherwise I probably forget about it. And that's what's up with this one night here. Because at first I thought that it potentially could be like a very special, not even enemy, but NPC of some kind that's just attacking you. So I didn't really want to continue there. But having seen these types of enemies now, multiple ones of them in other places, I wonder if this guy isn't as special as he says he is. This guy. Because he looks like he actually belongs to the door he's standing in front of. But he also just looks like the other two guys that I've seen. So I wonder if I maybe just overestimated his importance or something. But then also, he's talking about showing him some sort of sign of the king or something. And that crest over there on the wall, isn't that the same that's on my shield now? And I think I got this shield. It was on... I think the shield was on the body of a person. Like, he was he was definitely somebody important. The items told me, right? So you find the shield, a weapon, and I think 3 pieces of armor on that dude. And you can only get there after defeating the pursuer. And this would count as a sign of the king, I guess. Although this probably isn't it, right? Produce the symbol of a king. See, in this case, it actually tells you something, right? So this is definitely different compared to the other instances of these guys. Now, that being said, I wonder if it's referring to the door, or if I can... Because I didn't want to kill him unless it's sort of... You know, I was afraid of locking myself out of continuing here. If you need him alive to show that king symbol too. But considering that there's other guys who look exactly like him, I suspect he's just a normal enemy, and the thing that you're supposed to show a sign of the king to is the door, not this guy. I do want to... Let me see. Can I figure out what else I got from the... What was it? Daybreaker. I think it was this one, right? Right. Greatsword of Drummond, Royal Army Captain. That's the guy that you... Well, supposedly, I guess that's his body, right? That you find. Let me just switch to it. Dragonrider sword, unable to use effectively. Yeah, that's not really a problem right now. And then was it this one? No, I'm actually wearing it. The Dragonrider mail belonged to Captain Drummond. Yes, that's. So I guess it's probably not necessarily these things. Sword looks kind of cool. I look like a vampire while I'm being hollow. Okay, let's do this differently. Let me switch back to my actual stuff here. These are all the same. I wore that, and these things. Okay. That's correct, right? 69.2%. Nice. He isn't too strong, right? Although he is stronger than the other ones. The other ones died in 3 hits. He has definitely more HP. Do I want to do that? I mean, how else I'm gonna find out, right? Ooh! That's something I did not expect. Holy hell! What's wrong with you? Yeah, I don't think you can lock yourself out of this. What? I don't know. To be honest, coming back to the maybe he just drops the symbol of the king. I already have that, right? Monastery charm. I think I already got one of those. Oh yeah, that's this one. Cures poison and restores HP. Yeah, okay. So I thought that correctly. Ring acquired. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess the message tells me what I need. Which also kind of makes sense, right? I definitely thought that it would be some kind of equipment thing. And usually rings are what identified kings in the Middle Ages, right? So, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so it's not the enemy, it's the door that you have to show the king symbol to. Okay. Weird that this crest is here. Well, I mean, I guess the ring, wherever it is, maybe also has the same crest on it. So it might still be like a reference to it as well. It is a rather strange place, all things considered, to put a crest like that right there. Unless this courtyard was used for something else at a certain point in time. Although then again, the door also just doesn't fit this place at all, right? It looks... Well, it doesn't look out of place. I wouldn't go that far, but it's certainly very, very different to the rest of the environment. Whatever. Clearly can't continue here, so... let's go back to Majula and... Oh, wrong way. Wasn't there a dude on this bridge? Like, usually there was a dude on this bridge that would attack me every time I came down here. Wait a second. What? He's still there, though. Is these guys still here? Yeah. Huh. Maybe I'm just missing something? Why didn't he... What? Shouldn't he have taken damage? Maybe not. Maybe the other guy was in front of him or something. Life gem. I wonder where he went. But... wasn't there like a... I think there was an enemy right here. Or not right here, but like here somewhere. Lying here? This place? And then the other guy was standing on the bridge. Maybe that... weird. Maybe I'm just missing something. Maybe it changed after... I mean, I don't really want to go through this entire level just to check out whether or not some enemy positions have changed. Although that might be a hint towards some more change occurring in those levels. I mean, I need to come back here anyway, because there's still a couple of items over there that I haven't gotten to, because I can't open the remaining metal door down next to the fallen giant's place thing. Guy. Enemy boss. Wait, oh. Didn't actually confirm the travel. But yeah, that's gonna be it for right now, I think. I definitely need to eat something. And when I return, well, I guess I'm gonna check out Heights Tower one more time, see if I missed anything. Especially now that I defeated the Dragonrider, maybe the Dragon Worm or whatever is reacting differently to me. I don't think he will, but there's always a chance, right, that something else might have happened. Also, considering that I now have the other shield equipped, I want to see how well I can fight the knight-looking dudes, the smaller knights in Heights Tower. And, right, I also remembered that they stood up, right? Also, it might be a good idea to take the actual path to Heights Tower instead of teleporting there, just to make sure that I haven't overlooked anything on that path as well. Because I mean, I already talked about a bunch of things that are very, very different in Dark Souls 2 compared to the first game. But there have also just been a bunch of things that have really surprised me, especially that weird coffin in the beginning area that changes your gender for no real discernible reason. But then at the same time, they also place an enemy right in front of it that is pretty much a copy of the first real boss you fight. So, I don't know, there's all kinds of these weird things that are really, really cool at the same time, because they seem to hint at there being more, like, I guess, riddles and that kind of puzzles in this game. So I really like that. But there's also been just some strange things that I wasn't really quite sure about. Which is also true for Heights Tower in general, for example, right? The fact that these knights that are sitting on the floor, I mean, just the fact that they're sitting on the floor already make them seem just kind of out of place, right? They have this weird white glowing armor, almost as if they're kind of ghosts, that seemingly doesn't really fit the lighting of the area. Then they also sit down, but then suddenly stand up, and I don't know, their behavior and overall, like the amount of HP that they have, how quickly they attack, just makes you feel like they're really different to the other enemies that you encounter in that area. Like, they're actually a lot stronger, I would say, or at least a lot more challenging in terms of how you have to deal with them than, for example, the Dragonrider boss, which was comparatively very, very easy. It just had a larger health pool. So things like that are definitely very, very interesting. But yeah, it's going to be it for now. I'm going to be taking a lunch break, maybe a bit longer break, and then I'll come back for another, 4 to 5 hours probably, of Dark Souls 2 today. So, thanks for the follows. There have been a couple, I think. Yeah, 3 new follows. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for watching and for chatting. It's been a ton of fun. And I hope to see you on the next one as well. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Until then, bye-bye.